Welcome everyone. Good evening. Good evening on this Friday stream. We're going to be doing some samples. We're going to do sound design. We're going to do creation of loops for a pack. As most of you probably know, I see a lot of familiar names. You probably know I'm working on a new drum and bass sample pack. It's not just going to be drum and bass. I am mostly having drum and bass in mind for the pack, but the sounds will work for a lot of other bass heavy genres as well, whether that is dubstep or bass house or whatever. There's a lot of samples that will probably translate between different genres. So I do also want to make like a bunch of loops for the pack in different tempos. But for today, I think I just want to focus on more drum and bass and maybe some half time stuff. We're gonna mostly do drum and bass though, because that's what the core of the pack is gonna be. And I basically have to still make all the loops. I've been making a lot of one-shot hits for it, which isn't completely done yet. I need to make more one-shots for it as well. I don't have all the categories filled yet, and the categories that are filled with samples that I still need to organize through. I need to sort through. So what I'm doing now, or what the plan is, to basically start making loops for the pack with the samples that I made. And I'll make my own samples and do some sound design in between when I feel like I need a specific sound that I don't have, well, that I haven't made for the pack yet. And we'll just start making some loops for it, because that will then also help me to, with loops I mean basically just making a full drum pattern, because then I can stem those out and bounce the full pattern in for the pack, but then also bounce like maybe all the heads as separate loops and like the shakers and stuff like that, so that I can use these to kind of basically make all the other loops for the pack as well. So not just the full drum loops, but also the headband loops and like all the top loops and all that kind of stuff. So I guess that's what we're going to start with today. So welcome. We might do a little bit of stuff of work on a tune. We might actually end up making a couple of track ideas as well in this process, because a lot of times what I'll do is I'll either quickly write like a bassline idea, or like I'll grab a loop from a sample pack to get a feel like what it would sound like with some bass. And sometimes when you arrange drums to a bass line, for instance, you will make different choices depending on how the bass line sounds than when you would just write the drums without any bass. So we're just going to see what happens, and we're going to basically just see how many we can make. I already made 8 today, 8 patterns, and I'll show you the patterns before we start. Oh, nice. The bot has already put the links in the chat. I was just about to go and say this. If you want to support, then you can support me on Patreon. There you can get monthly samples and all other kinds of stuff. And if you want to join my community, I have a community on Discord. Link to that is in the chat as well. So, yo, Sefia, let me check the chat real quick before we switch over to the other view. Yo, Budni, welcome as well. Steve Zach, welcome. It's so weird. My streaming software is still saying that we have 1 viewer. But I see so many more people in the chat, so something isn't right here. And we have 8 likes on the stream. Whatever. I think Streamlabs is drunk. Anyways, if any of you wants to, or any of you has the opportunity to share the stream, I never asked this, but it actually really helps if people do. So if you want to share the stream and get some more people in here, then feel free to do so. Let's switch. Okay, so like I said, I already made a bunch of loops. These are the 8 that I made. We're probably gonna open up a new blank project when for the new ones, because this project is getting a little slow, because there's a couple of drum racks in it with like 128 different head samples. So it's taking a bit of its toll on my PC. And adding a new drum rack, for instance, takes way too much time, so we're probably gonna go into a different one. There were 12 watching before I clicked. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Oh wait, it's saying 12 now as well. Oh nice. It finally updated itself. It was saying 1 viewer the entire time. and I was seeing like at least 6 or 7 people in the chat, so I was like, what? Maybe it's just slow. So I made a couple of ones. I'll just play them real quick. I'll just play the entire thing so you can hear the entire patterns all. I kind of like some of them. They're not all perfect. Like, let's be honest, I'm not gonna sit here and spend hours on every single one of them, because then the pack would take years to make, and that's just not feasible. You just have to move quick and basically just try and make ones as quick as possible, but also try and get them to sound good, right? So this is what we have so far. Oh wait, my speakers are still on. You might hear that bleeding into the mic. Sorry. It's also weird because I was hearing phasing when that's so weird, by the way. When my speakers are on and I have my headphones on as well, they're slightly off in terms of the latency I feel, and I get a tiny amount of phasing between the two. It sounds super weird. Anyways. I love that one. So that's basically the ones that I made so far. I made all of these this afternoon, by the way, so I just spent like 2 hours or something. I'm pretty happy with the Motu, yeah. I'm pretty happy with it. Like, only the first couple of the first week or so when I just bought it, I had some issues with the driver, but ever since they sent me the beta version of the new driver, which I think is out at this point, I've had no issues, so I'm pretty happy. So yeah, like I said, I made these so far. Now I hear them on my headphones. I do think there might be a little bit too much low end in some of the kicks, but I can roll those off before I export it. I will do a final check on all of these before I export them anyway. Just to make sure, you know, just to make sure they're good on headphones as well. Right now I'm not gonna bother too much, but so I'll show you what we have here. So I'm actually making them by key as well, so I will label these breaks. I think I'm kind of thinking of making, there will be a folder with, I can quickly show. Let me do that real quick so we can see. Here we have the pack that I'm working on. And you can basically see what I'm gonna be doing. This one is gonna not be included. This is just samples that I made, cymbal samples that I need to sort through and see which ones I like. Same with the hi-hats folder. There's like an organized folder in here with all bunch of hi-hats that I made that I still need to organize. And a lot of these are not fully filled yet. As you can see, there's only 4 Foley sounds. There's only 1 glitch sound, right? There's still a lot of work to do. And a lot of these are completely empty, these loops, because I still need to make a lot of the loops. I just made a couple of hat loops, and that's basically it. 1 shaker loop. So, and there's 1 single clap here. I need to make a clap category still. I haven't done that yet. But like I said, it's kind of starting to take shape now. And you can kind of see what stuff there's going to be included. And for the loops, I want to make a couple of more folders as well, because I'm thinking, I'm still not sure, but there will be a separate loops category for all the hi-hat loops, so those will be like hat loops and those kind of things. I will put a folder for shakers and tambourine loops. I will do a folder for percussion loops, and then I'm thinking of doing a folder for like cymbal loops and stuff like that, so more like rides and crashes. And then I want to do basically a folder that has like a ton of fully made drum patterns. So fully stemmed out as well, so that we get like just maybe not the kick. Well, I guess kick a snare pattern as well. Then I'll just make stems for all of the parts of the drum loop, but then also have the full loop included as well. So I think that would be good. Is there gonna be a vocal folder of me singing? No, I don't think so. I have found something cool, by the way. Before we go into working on a drum pattern, somebody give me a pre-drop vocal. It's going to be like 10 terabytes. It's going to be big. Yeah, it's going to be big. It's probably going to be one of the largest drum and bass sample packs out there. Because it's also completely aimed at drums. It's not going to be aimed at bass or synths or anything like that. It's just drum and bass drums. That's it. But that's what I have in mind. I want it to be basically a pack that is just going to be everything you need for your fucking drums. That's just what the pack is going to be. It's also because I need it, and I want to speed up my own production process. That's kind of why I'm making the pack. But you know, might as well share it then with everybody. But somebody give me a pre-drop vocal, a little phrase, something cool. I'll quickly show you what I found. It's actually pretty interesting. That's not done before. What do you mean? Like a pack like that? I'm not sure. Like there's one pack that I can think of that is pretty old, which was BHK Premium Drums, which wasn't technically just drum and bass aimed, but BHK was very drum and bass oriented. But it wasn't necessarily like there was a lot of like other stuff included as well. It's also the samples weren't like perfect, I guess. Anyway, I don't. It doesn't matter. But let me just. For some reason, there's something in my mind from a Matthew's tune. I'll just speak that in. I'll show just because I want to show you what I found. It's quite interesting. I'll just do this real quick. I don't think you hear me. Doesn't matter, even though it's shit. So that's just basically from that Matthew's tune, right? That Hear Me tune. I don't think you hear me. Cool. I hate my own voice, and especially when I put it in a tune. Everybody has that, I know, but I don't know what it is. How much I process the voice, it doesn't matter. I just don't like what my own voice sounds like when I use it in a track. So let me just show you what I mean here. Let's just do Hear Me lol. Save. So everybody hates their own voice. Yeah, exactly. I was browsing around because I had this tune I was working on, and I was like, I need a vocal, and I was like, I needed a vocal that had exactly 3 syllables, but not one. I needed 4 of them because there were 4 gaps in that tune that I was working on where I had a synth that was playing 3 chords in a row and in like a dotted pattern. And I wanted to have a word land on every one of those chords. And then I wanted to use a vocoder on the vocal to make it sort of like merge with the chords. But I couldn't find anything close enough that was like 3 syllables and 4 different ones that not only sounded good, but also rhymed with each other, kinda. Right? So I couldn't find anything. And I was like, I'll fuck it. I'll record it myself. So I did that. And I just spent, I think, 2 hours processing the whole thing. Made like 3 different versions. I think I recorded like, I don't know, 20 minutes of myself speaking into a microphone. And in the end, I still didn't like any one of them. So I was like, fuck. And I was browsing online. And I found a website that is actually pretty interesting. Where is it? It's called Meta Voice. Right here. Meta Voice Studio. Or the metavoice.xyz. And it actually was kind of interesting. So if I just do this real quick, and let me just grab that sample. There. Let's go. So I'm just dropping that in here. I don't think you hear me, right? And now we can say, I want it in a different voice. It's basically just AI-based, this whole thing. And it's not perfect, but it's kind of cool.
I don't think you hear me.
And with a bit of Melodyne, you can get the pitches right, but it also tries to follow the pitch of what you feed into it, which is really interesting. And then it has a couple of different ones, so I was just messing with those female ones, and I tried those then, and I liked them so much more than my own voice,
I don't think you hear me.
Even though there were like weird things, and sometimes it just ends up sounding a bit weird. I feel like on these it does a couple of weird things, but if you just record a couple of takes and just feed a couple of takes into it, then it's eventually gonna do what you want it to do. It's just finding the right take and having it basically find something that makes it at least a little bit more usable. And I actually had a couple of takes where
you hear me.
Where I was like,
you hear me.
Yeah, that one has a little bit of weird vibrato now. But that's all because of whatever I fed into it wasn't perfect either, right? If I would first Melodyne this thing that I fed into it so that it's at least hitting the exact right pitches, has like the right amount of vibrato, and then feed it into here, then it performs way better. And I was like, oh, wow, that's actually really interesting for like vocal samples. Because a lot of times I'll be like, I need a vocal sample in front of this section that is like a female voice, and it needs to say these words preferably, but no way you're going to find exactly that, right? And I can record myself and try to pitch myself up, but it's always going to end up sounding chipmunkish or really processed, and it's never going to sound like a female voice, right? Now, the only thing is, with this site, is it's not free. There is a free version, but you get 30 seconds of recording time, so you can also speak into the website and record it, or you can upload your files, which can actually be longer. I tested that out, but you can only do 5 minutes per month. So that's the only thing, and it's personal use only, it says. But let's just say we haven't seen that, you know. But like, if you end up processing the thing anyway and melodyning it into the right pitch and maybe pitching it up or down, and like, fucking nobody's gonna figure that out, right? It's like, and even if you do really want to do it the right way, you can buy a plan if you want. But even if you hit 5 minutes, right? I was like, well, I hit 5 minutes now. I can't really do much anymore because I was stupid and I just fed into it a bunch of takes with like 6 seconds of silence in between all the hits, and if I had just chopped them up into individual ones, I would have had a lot more use out of that 5 minutes. But if you can still upload your file if you hit the 5 minutes, and you can still preview these. So I can still technically record those from my browser into my DAW, right? Little loophole, I guess. But I found that site and I was like, that's actually pretty helpful. Let's say you have a male vocal sample and you want that kind of vocal sample. You're like, oh, the timing is pretty good. Let's say you find like some kind of a, I don't know, some kind of a rap a cappella or something. You have a little line and you're like, oh, that sounds pretty good. I just wished it was a female voice. Just feed it through one of those things and turn it into a female voice. And these things are bound to get even better, right? It's just, this is how they're performing now. So imagine if that's like, I don't know. They never expected desktop audio recording, no. They're like, yeah, we still need to give them a preview, right? Yeah. We'll just turn off the download option. They cannot download it, right? If we turn it off. And then they'll probably do a whole script thing so that you cannot see the download the actual audio file from their service, because there's also things for that. Because I had moments back in the day where I was like, oh man, I wished I could just save all of these audio files on this blog that somebody posted their vinyl rips on from like this weird obscure music that I found and wanted to sample, you know, back in the day when I did hip-hop beats. And I was like, I wish I could just download all of these files at once instead of clicking them one by one. Well, that's what you got download managers for, right? Just have these little browser extensions that allow you to just select, I just want to select all the WAV files or like all the FLAC files. and it'll download all of them. So like they'll probably do something to make sure you cannot do that. But as long as there's audio coming out of the website, I can use it. But I was pleasantly surprised because I was looking through a bunch of websites, and most of these sites, these AI-based sites, are literally they're just fake AI-based sites. You're not telling me that there's machine learning behind it, because what the most of them are, maybe there's machine learning behind most of them, but then what they do is they by the way, let me switch back. What they'll do is they'll do basically just they will extract the words from the audio that you feed into it, and then they will feed those words into whatever text-to-speech model that they're using. So it's basically then just a glorified text-to-speech, and it's not an AI voice changer thing. It's really just the extraction of the text from your audio recording that is AI-based, probably. But this one actually does it different, because this one, what was it called again? Meta voice. That's what it was called. This one actually preserves the timing, and it preserves the pitch roughly, not completely right. Sometimes it's slightly off, but it tries to sort of like preserve the movement of the voice, and it's really cool because I tried it with a couple of samples, and the timing was basically the exact same, but it was a different voice. I could turn a male voice into a female voice, but with the same timing, and would have been a melodyne, I could get the pitch in the same place as well. So that was quite interesting. Yeah, Uberduck has been around for a while. I think with Uberduck it's a little bit. I have a bit more problems with that one, to be honest. And that's just the whole way of how it works. It copies actual human beings that weren't, didn't sign up for that. And that is something that I think that's the whole discussion with AI right now, in general, right? It's all copyright and what is right and what isn't. And I think it's a good discussion to have. But I think Uberduck on that side falls on the wrong end, because it literally just copies people's voices, whereas this one, it's also probably people who they have a couple of different voices that you can choose, and depending on your plan, you get more voices that you can use. Those were made from actual people's recordings, right? But these people probably signed up to do that, right? It's they probably worked for that company, and their job was to create a voice model, so then it's a different thing. And I think that is something that is probably good for discussion. It's really interesting though. I've looked on that site. I've checked it a couple of times. There's some voices that sound pretty all right, but then there's a ton of them that just sound really bad. Yo, Alk. Yeah, ChatGPT is actually pretty good, and I find it pretty useful actually. I've used it a couple of times, like what I said, where I had that track where I needed a couple of 3-syllable words or phrases. I was like, okay, I have one that sounds cool, and then I have another one that sounds cool, but they don't really rhyme together. So I was like, okay, what can I do? And I was just trying to figure out other ones. Couldn't come up with something. You just ask ChatGPT. You just say, yo, I need 3-syllable words with this theme, and I have these two. Can you find ones that rhyme with this? And it's like, yo, yeah, sure. Here you go. Yo, Elk. Thanks, mate. Thanks for the $5. But like I said, yeah, it's... What was I saying, actually? Fuck. Oh yeah, no, like I was saying, it just spits out a whole bunch of options and gives you a whole list with ton of options. And if they're like too simple, you don't like it, I just say like, I don't like these ones. Can you make them a little bit more complicated or use a bit more fancy words? And it's like, oh yeah, sure, here you go. And at one point it gave me like 4-syllable words, an entire list with 4 syllables, and I was like, yo, those aren't 3, these are 4 syllables. Can you give me 4 or 3-syllable words instead? And it was like, oh, sorry, yeah, sure, here's a list with 3. I was like, oh, nice. So it actually works pretty well. Um, and in fact, I found that website, that voice changer AI based website, through ChatGPT as well. I was like, ChatGPT, can you do text to speech? And it was like, no, I can't, but I can give you some if you want, where you can do that. I was like, oh, well, I need one that is actually going to follow the pitch and it's going to preserve the timing of the vocal that I feed into it. And I need to be able to upload an audio file of my own voice. And it was like, oh, well, this website can actually do that. And that's how I found it. I was like, oh, shit, nice, thanks. At some point, it's kind of like an assistant, but it's also still at a point where it's not good enough to be used like that, I feel, because it's also wrong a lot of times. And if you don't know that it's wrong, then you might do things that are not right. So that's a bit of a tough one. But it's really interesting. It's really interesting to see where this is all gonna go. And the ones with music are quite complicated, because like somebody was saying, there is a lot of like law stuff that kind of is difficult with the music side of it. And that's the whole music copyright system, basically, the whole copyright laws and all of that. It's very complicated to figure out right now how AI is going to work in the current copyright laws. So I don't think it even will, if the laws just don't change. So let's see. I'm just looking around and seeing what the hell is happening everywhere, and I'm like, oh, how can I use this, right? How can I make use of these things? It's better to learn about them now than, you know, find out about it years from now and be behind everybody who already figured it out. Plus, I think the more you also play around with these things yourself, the more you're also qualified to talk about, well, the whole discussion surrounding it. You know, there's so many people right now who are just saying things about AI online who have no clue what they're talking about, who just literally are parroting what they hear elsewhere, and that's not helping the whole discussion. Anyways, music time. I just changed the BPM and key of the sample. Yeah, hey, that's what most people do when they sample, right? Yeah, it's the same old story as with every new technology, right? When cameras came around, people said photographers people said that painters were gonna go out of business. Did that happen? No. I mean, did it got harder for painters to make money? I guess, because there's now another field that also makes pictures, but are they competing for the same industry? Not really either. So, like, and there's so many examples of that. And there's also examples where new technologies also did actually, lead to people losing their jobs. But that's just technological advancement in a nutshell. So, I'm not going to be that guy that's going to be like, oh, bad, oh, new technology bad because people are losing jobs. No. There's also something to be said for, advancing with technology, and that's going to create so many new jobs as well, right? So it's like, yeah, well, whatever. It's good to talk about it, though, and to figure out how this stuff is all going to work. But you're not going to stop it. It's too late for that. Yeah, it's the same old thing as, like, right now everybody is going crazy about it, but it's not like AI wasn't a thing yet in, like, image graphic design and that kind of stuff. Like, graphic design has been using AI sharpening tools for ages. Like, there could be something to be said for the whole content aware thing in Photoshop being machine learning based as well. It's not technically, but it kind of does a similar thing, where you just select a part of an image and you just say, yo, fill it with something else than what it currently is. And it tries to look at the image, at the other parts of the image, and fill the part that you want to be filled with something else. And people absolutely abuse those tools already, and nobody ever said a thing about it. AI-based upscalers are use so much to upscale images, photos, low-resolution photos, and all of that, and nobody cares about it. So it's like just now that, because the whole, I guess, what it's applied to has changed, it's suddenly a really big discussion. But these things have been developing for so long, and we could have seen, and everybody who's complaining could have seen this coming for so long as well. But it's interesting. I like where it's going, and that doesn't mean that that there's nothing to do about to be said about it, because yeah, there's a lot to be said about it. And but I'm really curious to see where it's gonna end up. Yeah, it's not the end of the world exactly. It'll mean a lot of new opportunities as well, so that's good. Let's drop in something. So let's just make ourselves a little bass pattern, so we can arrange this to a bass sound. I'm just gonna grab a some kind of an 808 patch. And we'll just do a quick little pattern. It doesn't have to be perfect, but just some kind of a pattern. What key are we gonna do? Fuck it. Oh yeah. I'll wait for a bit because I see that there's a donation coming. Thanks, Quato Danga. Thanks. Oh, and you're a member as well. Thanks a lot. Yo, why is the donation message not popping up? Ah, really slow.
Thanks for always sharing your process. Has helped me immensely.
You're welcome. You're really welcome. Yo. I need to turn it on. Yo, Davi. Okay. So let's say, like that pattern. It's quite interesting. Let's make the hits a little bit shorter. And let me make this one a little bit quieter. By the way, I figured out one thing. Remember in the last stream I had that the metronome was really quiet compared to everything else? And that my browser was also quieter for some reason. Well, I filed a bug report with Ableton because suddenly, when the Q level here is set to 0 dB, like it always was, just the default value, my samples in the browser are outputting at 6 dB quieter than normal. And the metronome as well. And that's all tied to this level. So it's really weird. Like if I preview a sample in my browser, the samples are hitting at like if I take a kick drum sample, I know it's hitting at 0 dB. But I see on the MIDI here that it's not outputting at 0 dB. It's outputting at -6 because I checked it. And if I put this Q level up to +6, it plays the sample at 0 dB. Really weird. And I filed a bug report with Ableton, but I haven't heard back yet, so... at least I think I haven't heard back. Let's check. No. So, it's a bit weird, but apparently that was the problem. Now, I sent them a whole bug report with everything they needed, but, I don't know. It's weird. But upping this to +6 seems to work, and seems to bring it back to whatever level it used to be. So, not sure what happened. Hope they can figure it out. They can let me know, because it's kind of weird. Because you would expect if this is at 0, like the regular master volume, that it would just not do anything to the volume of the samples, right? But it's playing them back 6 dB too quiet. But it's also making the metronome quieter, so if I play something with the metronome on top, I was doing that in the previous stream, and I was like, I can't hear the metronome. Well, I'll just bring the master down, but whatever. But why can I hear... And now I figured it out, so... Okay, that's a good pattern, I think. Let's, make it a little bit longer. Let's do a longer loop as well, because I have only done short ones up until now. Let's just do something like that. And then let's see if we can... Oh yeah, that's kind of cool. And this one... Oh yeah. Let's go. Okay. I guess we can start with the snare, maybe? I'll just start with doing a bunch of ones with the snare drum samples that I have. So this was in E, right? Yeah, that's E. Now these are really long, but I can also do, this is D, so if we do 14, then it would be a really short snare. But because it had a pretty long tail, it's still quite long. So... that one would be -11. Why is it getting so quiet? Maybe because there's no sidechaining between these. That's probably why. Let's group this. And let's put an external instrument in here. Just so we can send MIDI. And then I'm gonna go to here. And let's just grab an LFO tool. I finally have the VST3 of the LFO tool as well, by the way, guys. So no need for the other category of VST2 anymore. We now have this one. Envelope mode. And let's just do a little shape like this. Something like that. And then we need to send this one into there. Into here. Just a quick sidechain because we're not using this bass anyway. It's not going to end up in the final pack. I'm thinking if I like this snare for this. It's still getting really quiet here for some reason. Ah, there we go. Fade was too long. Maybe something with a really short snare like that. Okay, let's go for a kick. And we'll just start with a really simple kick pattern for now. Oh, and by the way, let me already hook up the sidechain so that we can hear what that would sound like. External instrument, group that, send you to the group into LFO2 as well. And then we'll just drop a kick in here. So let's find if we have a good kick in the pack already. I'm feeling quite a clean kick for this one, not too dirty. So I'll just grab one of the cleaner sounding ones. Maybe a bit shorter as well. And we need a higher kick. That one, and then pitch it up a semitone. Maybe this one. Oh yeah, there we go. But then we need a different pattern, so... maybe just like that. Just a pattern with just a kick on the downbeat. Okay, so that would be the kick. And this would be the snare for this one. We might need a layer for the snare, but... break 9 is that gonna be? Because I already made 8. And this would be in the key of E. And let's go make ourselves some hats. I'm feeling addictive drums. And if anybody has some questions, then feel free to put them in the chat. Because this is a stream where I actually have time to look at the chat. Let's grab... maybe that one. And we're gonna start by pitching it up a little. And let's put in a little pattern and just loop that. Might use a different head, to be honest, but because I don't like how open that one already sounds on this one. Master here. Let's center this one. Let's okay. Let's do that one maybe. And we can make these a 16 note long, so that we can also put some extra ones in between if we want. Thinking what could be cool for this pattern. Yo, I'm Tocto. Working on a drum sample pack, wrote a vibing demo, want that tune. No, it's literally just an 808 bass. That's it. But yeah, I need to have a little bit of a bass, because that will make for different drums than when I just make drums by itself. Let's add a little bit of groove to those hats. So let's go into my groove templates and let's just grab my own groove. A little bit less. That's alright. I want to make sure that everything has that groove, even though these wouldn't be affected. No, these wouldn't be affected, but still, let's just add it. Yo, Kenny. Now, these are still way too simple. So let's do some processing on these. That's more like it. Okay, let's group this so that we can do a little bit of sidechain on that as well. Let's just grab the one from here. So I think mostly to the kick, but not too much, just ever so slightly. So let's just grab another external instrument here, and we'll just send that to the percussion. And then here, I'm just, oh, okay. Okay. I think there's still an issue with the VST3 plugin. How do we fix this? Somebody. How do I get to the part where I can change the size if it's here? I'd have to restart Ableton real quick. Yeah, I think the VST3 that he posted on the forum is still in beta. I'll let him know that I had a weird thing. Let me quickly do a reload on Ableton. That's odd. Now I know, don't change the size of the window. Yeah, I know. Sometimes the Ableton indexing is really annoying. As soon as you add a ton of new stuff into like one of the folders, it'll take quite a bunch of time to analyze all of that, and can be quite annoying. I had some moments as well when it crashed because it was also indexing the browser, and then I was doing something crazy sound design stuff wise, like something really CPU intensive, and then it just craps out. So you really, then you, in such a case, it's much better to just let it finish. But sometimes you just don't have that opportunity. So yeah, you have to keep in mind, a lot of the Xfer plugins are quite old. Like, yes, Serum is getting regular updates quite often, but a lot of the other ones are quite old, especially Cthulhu, and Elevoto as well, by the way. So I can imagine Steve is, like, I know Steve is working on Serum too, I believe. So I would assume those are going to be rewritten, but with the whole VST framework in mind, so then it would probably perform a lot better. But right now, he's basically, the VST 3 plugins especially, they're basically just like, he made those because everybody wanted it. But I think it would be better to just completely rewrite everything from scratch. Can't remember when last time on stream. Still can't understand the hype around addictive drums for real. It's really helpful. It's just, it's a different approach to things. But if you need, like what I'm doing, using them to create like a couple of loops and stuff for a pack, for instance, like I wouldn't put these in a pack like this. Like, they're too unprocessed compared to the ones that from Addictive Drums, but I would usually double these up with some one-shots. And the reason why I use this in between as well, like having this layer, is because this will give it the sort of like the natural differences between the different hits that are slightly different velocities and such. And if you then layer those up with just some one-shot hits that are like really static, then you can give those one-shot hits, if you then process them together, the feeling as if they were played in live by a drummer, and they have slight inconsistencies between the different hits, even though, you know, there's a static one-shot hit under it. And then you get the best of both worlds, basically. I never use Cthulhu. I have it as well, but I never use it. So this, it's still bugged. What the fuck? Okay. Okay, well, VST 2 it is then. Can I... What happens if I go in this one? It's also bugged. What the fuck? Let's save this shape. No, not there. You need to save right here. Elevoto presets. There we go. I think the VST 3 plugin is still bugged. So let's go for the 2. It works, but don't change the size of the window, because then you cannot change it back to what it was. See, this is what it should look like. Okay, well, whatever. We're back. Do that. Load that shape. Why can't I just... What? Why are you not showing up in here? Oh, here. God damn it, why can't you just... Yeah, well, I'm not gonna do that. It's quicker to remake the shape. There we go. I was like, I'm gonna quickly put it in a folder, but this is just quicker. So let's see, that'll do. Let's send this back into it, because now this is also off. So we're gonna do that into there. That is gonna go into... Oh, there's not one yet on the perk folder. That's because I need to copy this. So that's gonna go there. Then we can send you into here. And the snare drum needs to go into the bass. Let's also rename that bass so it's a little bit easier to see. There we go. Now I need to make sure that these are timed right, because they might be a bit slow. Like I said, let's just make this an 8 note. And this one on the hats, I don't want fully. I just want a little bit of ducking on that kick. So I'm just gonna go... Just so it ducks it down a little bit on the transient, so that the kick drum transient has a little bit more room to shine, but we still get basically a ton of the hat itself. So then if we layer those two together... we still get a ton of that hat on the kick drum. And then here we want to make this an 8 note as well. Probably make this a bit shorter. We got some clicks as well, but that might be the attack time in here. Now I'm thinking about it. No, it's not. No, it's not. Then it's this. Let's do a little bit more. That's good enough. Doesn't matter because it just needs to duck it down a bit. Okay, I don't like the extra shuffly heads, so let's just turn those off. Let's start adding some more stuff. So this is where one-shot hits are gonna come in handy. So let's grab a drum rack. And we're gonna grab ourselves a whole bunch of samples. So I'm just gonna go into the hi-hat folder that I have here for the pack and grab all these hats. I just need 128, so let's grab all of those, drop them in here. And let's set these to gate. And I'm gonna turn snapping off. And let's give them a bit of a fade at the end. That should do, I think. Yeah, that's good. And let's start adding some one-shots on top of this, so that we can give it that extra sort of like, what is that, consistency, I guess. One-shots are gonna make for just adding some stuff in on top of it that is a bit more sharper, I feel. Like has more of a transient. These are also some really weird sounding hats, so that is pretty helpful for making these patterns. I'm just gonna grab one and see what we get. Okay, I'm gonna go somewhere down here. Okay, let's go and do a bit of soothe on this one. Okay, let's drop this here and let's boost it up a little bit. That's cool. Yeah, that's nice. I might actually do the soothe on and the EQ on a group here, because I might want to add some more stuff where I don't want that applied. So let's just call this the hat. And I'm also gonna make sure the hats are not poking out too much in level. So let's just add the ableton limiter. That's all we need, just so that it kind of cuts off those parts, because it's gonna layer anyway, right? So, and then we can also sort of like maybe add a little bit more so we cut off those really sharp transients, because we don't need those anyway. Yeah, sure. Okay, we definitely need some more stuff in here, some shaker bits, I guess. Let's see. I'm gonna go into one of my own drum folders here. Oh wait, maybe we can add some noise. Something weird like that. Okay, maybe not that one. Kinda like that. Kinda like that as like a little thing. And it's gonna be stemmed out as well, so I'll have these included as stems, so oh yeah, let's go. Little fill thingy at the end there. Fill thingy. Let's see. Let's go. Oh wait, I might have some good packs that we can use to grab some fill stuff out. Like I know I'm using stuff from sample packs as well, but I'm processing a lot of the things anyway, and I'm changing a lot of things up, chopping things up, so I'm not too concerned about it when these things will be included in a sample pack in the end. I know it's not technically considered the perfect thing to do, but most of the time, like most of these are my own samples, by the way, right now, all of this is my own samples. I might just have like a little bit and piece somewhere from like, I have like some really old sample packs, like the JBK sample packs, for instance. What were they called? Jungle Breaks from Loopmasters, I believe. They have some really cool breaks where there's like some really, how do you say it? Old school sounding textures in the drums, and also I might just have some drum patterns in the pack that have like an Amen layered in there or something like that. But you know, who cares? So I'm not too concerned about it, honestly. Because I know I know how many sample packs actually have sounds like that in there. Let's see. Yeah, some kind of a drum fill thingy at the end, some kind of a roll, like a little. I think if I just add some shakers now, we're already gonna be very close to what we need. So if I just grab fills, not the ones that I need, but let's go and grab some shakers real quick as well. I mean, I'm too tempted. Let's just put the thing shakers in. These are my own sort of like processed thing shakers, so they're not the same as the original thing break, but I think they're layered with, it's the think break and another one that I layered to create these, I think. Noisia sample pack is alright, I just feel like it could have been much bigger. I was a bit let down with how small it was, honestly. The sounds in it are really good, don't get me wrong. The sounds in it are really good, but for the price, I thought I would have liked if it was a bit bigger. It's fine though, like, I get it. They probably just sourced samples from unfinished tracks or tracks that will never be finished anyway, and called it a day. And I give them. I would have probably done the same, right, if I was in their position. But yeah, I don't know. For like a sample pack, there's so many sample packs out there. I guess it could have been much bigger. That's what I mean. Already sounds much fuller with those. We can try some of the other ones as well, see. I just keep coming back to, it's such a good. I do like to basically do this, so do that. So basically I'm just making them into chopped up hits by using the beats mode, and then I can apply that same groove to it, and then they really start shaking like that. These have the groove? No, not all of them. Now they do. Okay, so here at the end, I'm feeling like some kind of a fill thing. So let's see what we can find. Packs, drums. I'm gonna go to one of those JBK drum sample packs. Because I'm probably gonna find what I need in there. Yeah, like right there already, for instance. Might not be the perfect one, but I need to put it on repitch. Like that thing at the end there, like that snare roll thingy. Something like that is kind of what I meant. But I'm not sure if this one is gonna work. Maybe. Let's see what we get if we take the entire thing. What other parts we can find in it. I might actually... Okay, fuck it. This is gonna work really well. This is just gonna be chopped up and be a layer. I have these as racks as well, I believe. Didn't I? I thought I had these as racks. Loops, racks. JBK, yeah, there we go. And then it was that one. Nice. Slice the meaty. For real, I weight something like a big pack with only one shots with much of unusual sound. Well, I feel like a pack will always sell better if it's one shot and loops. Simple as that. So for that reason, you'll probably never really find a big pack that is sold commercially with only one shots. It's very rare. Because so many people will just like it when there's loops included. Me included, because I just like chopping things up and just rearranging bits, and it can give a lot of ideas as well. Like right now, I put this loop on there, and I'm like, holy shit, this turns it into a really rolling kind of thing. And I'm like, why not? Let's see if it's gonna work. So it also can give you a lot of new ideas. But I am planning this pack to be really big, so... Okay, let's just start with this. And I'm gonna check real quick. 16s. We have a little thing here. So let's do... We're gonna add groove back to it anyway, so... Now, only thing I'm gonna change is I'm just gonna switch to the triplet grid real quick for these ones, so that they're more like what they were. And then we're gonna see what our groove does to that, so... Oh wait, this one is wrong. There we go. There we go. Let's give that my groove. And let's boost that a bit. I'm gonna go and EQ the hell out of this. And let's see. I'm going to... Definitely need to sidechain it to the snare, and probably the kick as well. So let's grab this one. And we're gonna just put this one on this track itself. With 100, that is fine. And then we need to go in here, duplicate this one, and say JBK into LFO tool. Let's do the same for the kick. Oh wait, is that the right one? Yeah, that's the right one. Let's remove this track so that I don't get confused. Because I really look for that, I'm really looking for that shuffle part in between the kick and snare. But it might be nice to have the tail of the kick and snare layered on the kick and snare that I have. So... actually... should I add... Or I could just have, like, that kick of the break in there. That could be cool. Or I can just... Or I can get that one out of there. And then we need, I don't know, maybe that part. Or that part. And let's listen to it with the bass as well. It's a bit hectic right now, but that's what we're gonna fix. Let's do that. And let's go in here. I'm gonna bring the sustain down. And let's bring that slope down, and then... Okay, I'm also gonna compress the hell out of this, because I want those hits to be a lot more even in volume. So, come on. Okay, let's just do this. That's good enough. Let's do some distortion on this layer, see what we get. Dynamic tube could be cool. Let's do it before this EQ. And bring the bias up. Because I wanted to have a bit of crunch. That's kind of cool. Really makes it a quite rolling vibe. It's not done yet, I feel it. I think we can do some more to it. I feel like those little extra snares could be louder. What if we take this and take this and we decrease the volume of those, but we leave these at their volume so that they're a bit louder. It's a bit weird maybe now, but then we're gonna compress it a little bit more. I'm really using this compressor too. Maybe I should just do this as well. Let's just send it into here. It's gonna make the distortion do more, but I can back that down again. So let's just... And I can also put another EQ here to... Ah, there we go. Now they're becoming louder. Because I want those to really come through in that break. Okay, we need a more precise EQ for this. Pro Q, where you at? Let's grab the VST3. Pro Q, there we go. Let's put you after the dynamic tube. So there's some... Maybe we can get rid of it with Sooth, honestly. Now I think about it. Let's try Soothe. Put you on here. By the way, chat, if you have any questions, you know what to do. We don't want to take out too much, but there's some harsh frequencies in there, so let's see if we can get that out with Soothe. Now, because we have these in a sampler, we can now also play around with the pitch of this. So if we change the pitch, we can sort of like find a pitch that works better with the groove of the break. And this is what I mean. Nobody is gonna hear this break and be like, oh shit, that is that break from the JBK sample pack, right? It's like at this point, that is nothing anymore like what it was. Let's see where it is. Right? And it could potentially also be so many other breaks. So that's why I don't really care. It really depends how you use it. If I really need like a head sample just clearly audible in it, then I would care, but with this I don't. I do really like how much shuffle this one has. Let's try maybe playing around with the kick groove a little. We can do a shorter kick as well. Is the kick set to gate? Yes, but maybe if I... Kick is a little bit long to begin with, so that's better. A little bit more. That's actually kind of cool. That's not. Maybe here. Oh. kind of works. Okay, let's group this one. And let's, on this group, I'm just gonna do a quick V-clip on here. Let's just do a hard clip. Yeah, that's actually a pretty good break. I think it's time to move on to the next one, because this one is pretty good now. So with that layer, or without that layer. Oh yeah. I mean, this is with a really simple bass line, so if it already works with this, then you're bound to... It's gonna work with a much more intricate bass line that you've spent a lot more time on than what I did at the start of this stream. Maybe I want to do a little bit of a... just to quickly add something. Wait, I'll do that one in... Oh no, I can do it in MIDI, that's maybe easier. Let's grab another LFO tool. This time I don't need it sidechain, so I'm just gonna grab a new one. Yo, is the chat broken, or are you guys just quiet? You guys are just quiet. Okay, that's fine. Maybe something like that. Bit more. Do health, and then let's go do that, and then that maybe. I made those with reverb, and then I frozen the reverb, and then I bounced a long 16-bar section, and then I edited those so that they loop perfectly. And I posted them on Patreon, so you can actually they were part of the Patreon pack from this month. So if you want to get that, go to my Patreon. Kind of like that. Adds a little bit of extra groove when there's not the noise loop, so you get like a couple of different options. let's freeze and flatten that. And then let's grab a piece. I'm just gonna grab this and drop it right there, so it sucks you back into the next section. Almost don't hear that. You really don't hear that? Okay, let's maybe try this section. You don't fucking hear that. Okay. Then I'm gonna do something else because I do want something happening here. Let's just do. I'll just grab you. Do another little thingy here. Something like that, maybe. Sure, it just needs a little bit of an extra little thingy there, a little hiccup of something. I think that's about right. Could maybe have that one included as well, it doesn't really matter. It's a really hectic drum pattern, but hey, that's fine. Let's see, a little bit of compression on the group maybe. I'll just grab gentle tubas maybe. Wait, turned off. That's weird. Very subtle. And then let's grab... oh no, I already did that. That's right here. I can put the compression on here as well, I guess. Just to glue it a little bit. I do still think the snare could maybe have a layer. Maybe that one. And let's make sure that is gonna go... Wait, this one is that an octave lower? 2 octaves maybe. Doesn't really matter. I just want to get some of that tail. Like that. And then let's make that one a little bit more like this. And then we're gonna EQ that one. See, we're almost not getting the fundamental, but we are getting the resonance from it. That one is pretty quiet as well. Let me add a little bit of saturation to that one, so it's a little bit louder. There we go. And then mixed in with this one. Let's do a little frequency shifter on it, because I feel it needs to be a little bit higher than what it is right now. Simpler has the fade out option, but you need to set it to one-shot mode. Otherwise you don't get the fade out. Okay, so we get... Like, if I listen to this snare, or this snare, listen to the resonance in that, and then listen to this one. And it's like almost a semitone lower. Without, and then with. See how it feels like it's a little bit too low? So I'm gonna try and... It's more than a semitone. There we go. Much more similar in terms of the pitch now. And then we've just added some resonance to that snare by just taking some from a different sample. Let's do a little bit of another saturator on here, just so we can clip it. So we can soft clip that. It's a bit much right now, so let's EQ this a little bit better, because it's also layering with a lot of stuff in here, of course. What is soloed? These, let's do that. And we can, let's see, oh yeah, because I chopped this off, it might be smart to add a little bit of delay to this one. So, where are those again? Utilities, align delay, there we go. Put that here. And then we can link this, and then we can delay this a little bit. There we go. And then let's maybe do a little bit of transient shaping on this one as well. So I'll just grab let's just grab transient master before the saturator, maybe, just because I want to it's not even doing that much. Weird. It's not even getting that much shorter. That's odd. It's already really short. Maybe that's why. Okay, we need to EQ this one a little bit different now, because we are having a bit more of that mid-range stuff in there, so we can go back in here. And let's just do a little dynamic EQ somewhere around there. But we only need to have that when we get the snare. So how do we do that again? Oh, what's the sidechain again? External sidechain, there we go. And then we want to take the kick. And how do we do that? How do we send that into... Oh wait, I think I know. We need to select it right here. We need the snare. So every time the snare hits, it ducks that bend down a bit. There we go. See how messy that is? And how much more clean that is? So, yeah, now I'm really gonna call this one done. That's a good first one. Took me an hour and a half. Holy shit. Spend a bit more time on this one than I would on most ones, to be honest, but it turned out pretty damn nice, so I'm okay with it. Next. Now, I'm not gonna make another bass line. I'm just gonna grab a bass sample. Probably have some bass loops in here that I can use for the time being. Sure. Let's grab this. And let's set this to 174 so the loop is not being stretched and it sounds nice and clean. You're making a snare at 80 Hz. It's pretty easy. It's pretty easy. In fact, I have a bunch of snares in here in the pack that are... oh no, the highest I have right now is 659. But you can definitely get higher. It's just all about getting the transient right. And you might have to add a little bit of a thing in the transient to make it better. It's definitely possible. Should you be scared of using OTT on bass? Depends. Depends. Like, I use OTT quite a bit as well. But not when I'm doing the final mix of a track. I'll use it during the sound design process. And it really depends what it sounds like. If it sounds good, then it's good. There's no other way around it. Like, if it sounds good, it's good. So, that's what you always need to keep in mind. Okay. Let's do a high snare on this one then. Because you were talking about high snares. Let's do a high snare. And I'm gonna make a snare from scratch for this one. I don't know why, but I feel like making a snare drum right now. So, this is in the key of A. So let's group this, say break 10 in the key of A. And let's save. Let's start with a snare drum. So we're just gonna do this and drag that out. Let's do snare fundamental, and let's put in some notes on C3. There we go. And let's grab a serum. And I'm gonna go and grab a sine wave. There we go. Do that. And let's make a little shape here that we can use for the fundamental. There we go. And then we need a thingy like this maybe, which we're going to use for the pitch envelope. Let's just put that on the global pitch. So we got a bit more of that. So like, what do you call it? That little tuk. But I want to see, because I want to make this one quite high pitched. So let me grab my little handy tool. Max for live, utilities, notes frequency. So if this is in the key of A, we could go a couple of different directions. So let's first bring this into the key of A. So that would be 3 down. That's from C. Then it's A. Then I don't have to change the MIDI in here every time. And I can just do the pitch in here. So that would be A. Now we're going to go up. That would be Like, what is that? A is 440, basically. So you're saying an octave above that. I mean, we can try. Then we're gonna have really short transient. It's really high for a snare, but could work. It almost sounds like a metronome. Let's see. Let's see. I might bring it down, but let's see. Let's go do a bit of noise. And I'm not gonna do a noise tail on this. I'm just gonna use this for the transient. To give the transient a little bit more noise. So we get something like that, maybe. And then we can send that through a high pass, because we aren't using that anyway. So let's do that. So that will be our fundamental part for now, at least. Let's go and grab... I'm gonna go and grab... let's grab an addictive drums. Now you might think, how the fuck are you gonna do this? Because addictive drums is not gonna be able to pitch the snares up that much. I know. But bear with me. Let's grab a snare drum. And I need something that has a bit of a resonance. Maybe the Pearl reference. Let's see. Ooh. We need to pitch it up quite a bit so it gets shorter, because the resonance, we don't need that first part, we just need the resonance of the tail. So if we just pitch it up a bit more, we get more of that tail part. And it's still not the right pitch. Maybe a little bit over there. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna go and grab a pretty precise EQ. So, FabFilter Pro Q. In that case, Pro Q. And let's do a really steep... oh wait, no, not with that. We're just gonna go and grab a low cut. We're gonna do, I don't know, quite sharp. Maybe even a brick ball. Or like 96. It doesn't matter that you get a little bit of ringing, because we just want to cut off that low part, so that when I then shift it up with a frequency shifter, it's not going to shift those up along with it. So now let's start listening to those together. And we want to start... It might already be in a cool pitch for it, but let's put a frequency shifter on it. And shifter. Oh, not on here. On here. And let's put that on frequency shifter. It's kind of cool. Now we do need some noise in here, but we have noise in the tail here, so we could probably get it out of this one. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. You can hear. I'm just changing the resonance until I hear it in a position where I like it. That's all I'm doing. We probably want to layer something in this to make it better. We can, however, and I probably want to have another Pro Q for that. So, because I really only like see if we can get that one out. And then maybe one next to it as well. Yeah. Okay. Elevator on this one. Because we need to control how long this one lasts. So no trigger envelope. And then we're going to go into here. We're going to group this one. And we're going to put an external instrument in there. We can send a signal or a MIDI signal into that one. And then not in addictive drums, but into Elevator. And then we can determine how long it is by just doing this. I think the fundamental is going to go down, but let's see if what happens as soon as I add some noise. So let's go and do that. Let's do snare noise. Just copy that. And I guess we can take another serum. Don't need that. Grab. Doesn't matter too much. Let's do stereo noise. Let's grab an LFO. Volume. And let's send that through a high pass. And then we're gonna do this. And I'm also gonna add that align delay to it, so that we can make sure that we do have a little bit of a delay before this one comes in. So let's say maybe 8 milliseconds or something. It's already too much, but then we can bring that back. So that the fundamental comes through, and then the noise comes in. And it's not so like happening right at the same time. And then we can play with this. Okay. I say we saturate those together. And just do like, I don't know, 8. And let's go into the noise here. Let's do a little bit of EQ on that one. This one, let's do this. And let's put that on here. Oh. And I'm gonna check real quick what we get when the fundamental goes down. So let's try. If this is A, then we could also do the snare drum in E, which is the 5th. So that would be up 7 from here. So that would be +4. And then we can bring this down an octave. Ooh. That's nice. That's good. So now we have roughly 650 hertz. That's pretty nice. Kick drum time. I'll try and just grab a kick from the pack. See if I have one in E, or in A, I mean. Not too many, but we can check if one sounds good. Oh wait, these are snares. Kick A. You know what, let's just do this. Hat time. This one, let's start with one shots instead of addictive drums. Let's just go in here. Let me start at the bottom for a change. Oh, we need a drum rack. Come on. What the fuck are you doing? Nothing. Okay, good. Drum rack. Let's put that in here. And then take all of these and drop them in here. I'm hearing the bass and the downbeats now. Yeah, I kind of do too. I might shift it around a little bit, but for now it works. Gate mode. So let's do that. No snapping. And we can give it a little fade so that we don't get a click at the end of samples by using short notes. Copy to all siblings. There we go. Let's start with a short pattern and just loop that. Let's see what we get here. Oh, that could be maybe cool right there. Or maybe... Let's see where I want something. Actually, which one was it? That one. What if we take these, drop those on that one, so they're not the same. And then let's see, so the first one could probably have a little extra something like that. And then let's make this a little longer, so let's do 2. So we can copy this. Like, I don't even mind doubling up hats. It's just... And these are some weird hats as well. Let's do the groove on this one, by the way. Okay, that kind of works, and then I want something happening at the end, but this one, I'm not sure. Maybe it's a bit loud, but maybe, and then something here. It kind of works. And here, do we have something? Almost like a shakery kind of thing. Oh, that maybe. Make it a bit shorter. You a bit shorter. Really like that one. Maybe if I swap them around. Maybe that one. Okay, maybe. Add a little bit of, a tiny bit of reverb to it. Let's grab the hybrid reverb, maybe. Yo, come on. Hybrid reverb. Come on, load. Show yourself. Damn. There we go. Let's do that, and let's just go for the convolution side. Maybe that one. Kind of cool. Let's, before we do the reverb though, let's put a soothe on that. What I always do when I use one-shot hats like this, because there's always a lot of differences between the one-shot hats, right? They might come from different sources, or just different, you know, cuts from other sections, or just different sample packs. To make them more similar, I find using soothe with just the sharpness turned up, and then usually just leaving this flat or boosting somewhere around here, and then just ever so slightly with the depth turned up, so that you get a little bit of the resonances taken out, and then boost the high end again with an EQ afterwards. It sounds more cohesive afterwards, as if they all came from a similar source, and it's quite helpful. It works pretty well. So, like, that's what it's taking out. Those sound pretty good to me. They could very well be from the same sort of like source. Whereas if I hear them like this, especially those ones at the end, the little extra section there, I almost hear like, yeah, they sound definitely as if they come from a different source, which they also do. They were from a different sampling session. So much, it adds so much, a little bit of reverb. Might actually want to add a little bit of reverb to the snare as well. And probably do a little elevato on the snare group, because it's still a little bit too long for my taste. But let's move on. Let's add some shakers. I'm just gonna grab a loop for that. That's nice. Now let's go and add a little point there, and then let's do that. And let's set that to beats mode on transients. And then we can add the groove to it. And this is also like, I'm gonna lower the groove for this one. I haven't exported any of these yet, right? So when I'm gonna export them, for every single one, I will be changing the groove as well, the amount of groove, so that they're not all gonna be with like grooved heads. Some might be a bit more straight on the grid, whereas other ones will have groove. This one, I wouldn't want it around here. I think it's too much, but maybe like 30%. Oh, that's kind of cool. Maybe 35. Spiff is really good. Spiff is really good. I should actually use it more. It's pretty good. Let's go to the snare real quick. Level tool. And let's do this. Note retrigger. And we need to go into the snare fundamental here. Duplicate that one and send this into the snare track. LFO tool. Yes. Then we can set this to an 8 note because we can see the snare is almost an 8 note long. Right away sounds much better. I also see that there's a bit of bow tying happening. That's a little effect. I haven't recorded the snare at all. I want to see what it looks like real quick, because I think we might have a little bit of an issue to fix there. Sounds pretty alright, but yeah, the noise comes in quite late. We can make the noise come in earlier, right around here somewhere, right around there. Noise needs to come up. So that will also get rid of that bow tying effect, which is very subtle, but if we zoom in here, you can definitely see we have this, and then we get that dip in volume, and then it comes back up. That's what you call bow tying, because it kind of makes the snare drum look like a bow tie if you would flip it sort of like 90 degrees, right? It's like this is the top, the knot, and then this is the bottom of the bow tie. So it's like, that's what you call that effect. And to get rid of that, it's basically what we're getting now is that the delay between the fundamental here is too long. And that means that this part comes in too late. So, to get this snare a bit more snappy, a bit tighter, we can go into here. That one is probably good. We probably want to go into the addictive drums and go into the LFO tool that we have on there. And maybe even into the attack here, because we have 33 milliseconds of attack, and that might be way too much. So 33 milliseconds, that would be right up until here. That's really long. Now it's a curve, so it comes up earlier as well, and it's compressed, so it probably comes in earlier, but that is probably where that comes from. So let's see. Let's just decrease this to like 15 or something, so it's like half of what it was, and record it again, see what we get. Already, bow tie effect is almost gone, so we can still get shorter with this, I think. There we go. That's a bit better. Still goes into the tail pretty well, so there's no like obvious phasing issues happening here. Like if we look at it, we can see that the fundamental frequency is just continuing. It's still a little bit late in terms of where the noise comes in, like if we look at the snare. So let's go into... Let's go into here. I'm thinking that could be coming from this one then. So if we pull this back a little as well, might get to... Oh, that's actually pretty good. Now it bridges really nicely. Doesn't need much of an attack here. Just a tiny bit. There we go. Pretty good. The other thing, I feel the fundamental is a little bit long as well, because the fundamental is quite high-pitched. The higher the pitch of the fundamental, the shorter you usually want to have it. So, I'm going to go into the fundamental, because it kind of, right here, where the noise comes in, the fundamental can start decaying down. But it only started decaying down, well, right up. It was extending all the way up until here somewhere. So, let's just go into the fundamental part here. And I'm just going to go into the first LFO. And then we're going to bring this point back. And then that is going to make the fundamental shorter. Now you don't really see it much because a lot of the fundamental is in here, in this noise section. But by doing this we can just get rid of it a little bit more. It's still... it looks pretty good. But I don't like it exactly. Let's see. Bit more punch, maybe? And then this one, maybe, let's try maybe 6. Really subtle. Just changes the noise ever so slightly. We need more high end on this thing, so... Okay. That's what we need. That area. Let's put it in front of the soft clipper. And I might also want to, because I haven't done that yet, check this in mono. See, we're losing a lot of the resonance. Which is because the resonance is coming from Addictive Drums, and I forgot to decrease the room and overheads. You really only want to use one of them, I feel, for this kind of stuff. So, I think in this case, the room is quite nice. But when it sums to mono, then a lot of that resonance kind of disappears. You hear that? So what we want to do is we want to bring that resonance more in the center, which is not too easy, but we can try. So if I take a FabFilter Pro Q, we already have one, but I'm just going to grab a new one. We already have 2, actually. We can see clearly where those 2 resonances are. So I'm going to try make a point on that one. Come on. And a point on that one as well, so that they're at least in the right position. And I wanna reset the gain real quick. And let's go with the mid channel. And let's boost it in the mids. And actually, let me leave the gain at 0. Oh, that's dynamic range. And let me just do that, so it's gonna only boost it when the frequency is actually there. So when it comes in. And we're just gonna boost the resonances in the center. and see if that works. So and we're listening in mono right now, so might not sound too good, but bear with me. Okay, that's way too much. And we might want to take this area as well, because got those two as well. Come on, I want that other peak, that one. Okay. Why is there just not a reset gain here? That would be so easy. Okay, they're really close together, so we could have probably done it with one, honestly. Might still do it with one, but... And it sounds like shit on its own, but we're really trying to bring that resonance more up in the mid of the stereo spectrum. And then we might even decrease a little in the sides. So now at least we can hear that in the center more. Let's see what that sounds like with and without. That's without. That's with. So it might still sound a little weird, but let's see in mono. Okay. We can actually get away with quite a lot of that one. This one isn't even in the right spot. Now it is. Okay, and then let's check. Now it sounds really weird in stereo, but if we now take this one, oh fuck, I grabbed a VSD2, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Let's just duplicate this one, and let's. Oh wait, I also need to set those because that's why it sounds weird. These need to be in the mid channel only. And now we get this, which is too much, so let me do that and duplicate this with the new right settings. And I'm gonna invert these in the sides. So let's go stereo. Oh, sides, that one also wasn't right, so I need to go into the other one. Side, and side. And in the sides, we're really just gonna decrease all of them. But not completely. We're not taking it out completely, we're just decreasing them a bit. And maybe this one even more. So we're really removing that one. And then in the other one, we need to make sure that this one is also set to only the mids, because otherwise it's gonna boost it in the side signal. Okay. And now, if we listen to it in stereo, it sounds quite similar to the mono signal, while still having width. And that's now the side signal. Side signal is a little weird though, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go into the group track here, And let's grab ourselves an audio effect rack before the clipper or the saturator. And let's do a chain with a utility. And I'm going to call this mid. And let's switch this to mid side mode. Bring it all the way down. And then we're gonna duplicate this one. And we're gonna do sides so that we can... That's just the side information. What should we do with the sides? I feel like maybe doing something weird with this one. I feel the sides could be high passed a little bit more, but I feel like maybe we could maybe do something else with it too. What if we add... What if we vocode the sides? And then before the utility, otherwise we're not getting just the side signal, I think. But let's see what happens if we do that. Oh fuck! I dropped it in the... Oh, I need to put it right there. Like, this is all about experimenting at this point, you know? Just to seeing what you can do with it. And that's gonna be way too much for now, but that I quite like. Something like that. Let's bring this up. So that's what it's doing to the sides. And they look really weird now, but it doesn't matter. Like, that information is all gone when it's summed to mono. So as long as it sounds cool in stereo and it adds a little interesting thing in the sides, that's all that matters. And then the only thing you have to worry about is when you sum it to mono, that it doesn't interfere with that. Which it doesn't. Like, that sounds perfectly clean. But then with it, we get a little extra weird thing in the sides. And we can, because we have this separate now, we can maybe say we want a little bit more of it. Maybe we want to limit that as well, so that we don't clip on that, and then really squash that one. Bring the ceiling down. Oh, we need more. And we bring this down a bit. So now the sides sound like that. And then we could maybe put a little elevator on that, or whatever. Let's just do a compressor that's making it a little bit quicker. Compressor on here. And we're gonna take the input from the snare fundamental, so that during the fundamental it squashes that side signal down. So that it's not interfering with anything at the start of the snare. Snare fundamental. Let's call this one snare fundamental A. Or no, it was E. We need to go... Where was it? Here? No? Here? Snare fundamental E. There we go. And then now that should do that. It's a little bit long because it's a snare, so we can do a really short. And I'm tempted to put some reverb on it. See what happens. A little bit of reverb, but only on the sides. Let's use the hybrid reverb again. See, this is why I love making drums. It's just you can do so many cool stuff with it. Let's do convolution. And because there's an elevato on this whole thing, it's not really making this longer, right? We can even go with a long hall reverb, but it's not making it longer because there's an elevato already cutting it shorter. So I'm really using this to just change the sound of it a little bit and add some width to that. Oh wait, I need to go in here. I don't really like that though. Something I don't like about this. That's better. It's just a shame that that elevato keeps doing the weird thing, but... that one I don't like, so... Let's grab some more noise, maybe. We can use maybe the beats mode for this. So if I use the beats mode and set it to like 1.8 and then do this. We can add that to the whole groove. Which is actually quite cool. I'm just not a big fan of how the snare sounds, honestly. Yeah, resonance is fine, but maybe... better. Yeah, right around there. And then let's use an LFO on envelope mode, and we're gonna put that on the gain here. And then we can mess with this. I can just do this and then use BPM mode. So that we have a little bit less of those low mids in the tail, in the noise. Sounding pretty alright now. Maybe a little bit of reverb on this snare, honestly, could work. Just to glue it a bit together. I'll grab a Valhalla room. And let's group that. And let's make a dry chain. Oh, there's an elevator happening after this. Let me put that in front of this. Doesn't really matter that it's before or after the saturator. Now we can get that. No big deal, Jim, and Davi as well. Have a good night. Anybody else still watching? There's 15 people, it says. I guess some people decided to leave, but it's fine. Something like that, maybe. That's good. Look how much of a difference that actually makes. It sounds so much better with that. Only thing I might do a little bit is EQ this so that the fundamental is down a little, but we don't want to affect the resonance too much. Makes a really big difference, though. I do want to maybe put on a gate. Dynamics gate on the reverb signal. Trying to find how to add something like autosave to Ableton. Oh, I don't know if that's possible. So now we don't hear it at all, but if we then bring this down, then we can use the release. Pretty subtle, but before reverb, after reverb. And it just gels it together, which is really nice. I just think this one doesn't really work with the bass, to be honest. So maybe if we just put a different bass loop in there, it suddenly works. So like just put a different bass loop in here. That's a shitty bass loop, holy shit. Let's go to a different folder. That one is not labeled by key. Who the fuck makes a bass sample pack and doesn't label them by key? Right. Yeah, see, with that, it already sounds a lot better. Okay. I could do a ghost snare. If I just quickly record this snare. So just say snare. Where are you, snare? And just record one of those. If you are on. There we go. So now we get one of those snare drums, and we're gonna go and drop you. We don't have to put them in the same group because it already has all that processing on it. So we'll just grab a simpler and put that in there. We can get rid of this one. And then this one, we're gonna go and let's just chomp off a little bit at the start, give it a fade in, and then we're gonna go and make this a lot shorter. And then let's see where we can use that. Yeah, that's better. And yeah. That's nice. Yeah, I think we're gonna go to the next one. I'm done with this one, honestly. Let's move you back down. And let's make sure all of these have the groove applied to them. I mean, I've had better ones, but it's still good. And I'll stem it out. That one sounds so weird now. Huh, whatever. It's just because the kick has very little low end, but that's fine. You can layer it with a different kick. Oh, okay, cool. Next one. Safe. see what else we can find. As something to start off from. That's in E. Which means the next one is going to be in E. Let's start from a break this time. I feel like that could be cool. Let's start from a break. Let me. Not those. Because we need old school sounding ones as well. Could use that one. See what other breaks we have here. I do quite like that one. That one is pretty cool too. Definitely want to make a couple of heavier ones as well, like really heavy ones, like with these kind of snares, but not for this type of bass groove. These are too heavy. That one is really good too. Classic break. Okay, can I just add markers every 16th note? Or do I really have to add these things? I think so. If I do insert warp, insert transients, what it's gonna do now? No. If I do insert warp markers, it only does it there, yeah. This clearly hits in between there as well. And I think they're slightly off, but I guess I should put those on there. I'm not gonna do the entire loop, by the way. I'm just gonna do it roughly. That seems good. There's one more here. And then we get there. This one is completely off. And then one right over there. And that is basically one beat. I want to have 2 beats, I think. Yeah, I want to have 2 beats. So let's do the next beat as well. This one is off. That one is off completely, so let's put it right there. Right there, that one is good. Right here. And this is just so that I can chop it up and then add my own groove to it. Because it still needs groove, because it's nice, but it's gonna make it a lot easier if this is on the grid first. So that I can make sure that everything has the same amount of groove, if you get what I mean. You could also extract the groove from this, but then you would still have to do this process of adding the markers, otherwise it doesn't know where the groove is. So, like, it doesn't always do it right, and a lot of times it doesn't. So, that's the one thing, that's the issue. But, okay. Fuck, I should have done it after chopping this one, but it doesn't matter. If I slice the MIDI, we're still gonna get all the other bits, but that's fine. See, it says 32 beats long, whereas this is what? That is only 2 bars. Fuck. Do I really have to do it again? No. Slice the new MIDI. Yeah, I don't know about that, how you would achieve that. I personally don't like having something like autosave because I just don't trust it. I just don't trust it that it's gonna be stable enough that it doesn't crash Ableton in a moment where I don't want Ableton to crash. Right? See, I played, it's something completely different, but I played City Skylines a lot, and the way how I played that game was very taxing on my computer. And I had to specifically turn off the autosave feature of the game, because otherwise the game would sometimes crash when it was trying to save, and it would completely break the save file. So I can assume, or I can see something similar happening with something like autosaving in a DAW. Because you are doing CPU-intensive things a lot of times. Your computer might be under a bit of stress when you're playing your project. And if then at the same time it decides it wants to autosave, and you're, I don't know, just dragging in, or I don't know, you're just triggering 16 voices on a granular synth or something at the same time, and it crashes your DAW, might actually still be in the process of doing the autosave, and it might fuck up your project file. So that's something that could happen with that kind of thing, and that's why I wouldn't trust it. I can see why you would want it, because I forget to save a lot of times as well, but it's a lot better to learn yourself to create a habit of saving. Just teach yourself that instead. That's probably a better better time spent than searching for a Max for Life device that does autosaving for you. Just my 2 cents. Because, you know, I just wouldn't trust that to be in my project and mess with the saving thing. Like, at least when I save manually, I know I'm not triggering like a synth with like a ton of voices right now, or I know I'm not adding a pigments at the same time while it's trying to save, you know, something like that. So just be careful with it, I would say. Thinking what I want to do with this one. Yeah, it's not responding right. It's not seeing all the transients, basically. The transient shaper doesn't see the transients because some of them are really quiet. So, I kind of want to make some of them shorter, but let's just first add some groove to it. I really like that pitch as well, by the way. Not for this. Down one, maybe. Let's go and do some stuff to it. So I'm gonna go and let's try doing a bit of dynamic tube on it, maybe. Yeah, I'm the same. I'm the same, mate. I just I don't even have time for City Skylines anymore. This one could become pretty dirty. Now I hear this. We need a kick in this thing. So this was E, right? Yeah, E. Okay. Kick drum in E. I guess just punka, punka. Regular drum bass pattern. I guess. Kick drum. Dirty one. Let's try. Oh, we need to. That was a bit too low. Same pitch. E. If you are in E, what is then B? B is the top note, so of an E chord. So we could try maybe stuff in B as well. Pitch this one up too. Need to listen to that with the bass. Something a little lower, maybe that one. And then pitch that up. What is that? 4, yeah. This one is a bit dirtier. And we want to make sure that we get sidechain on this thing, so we need to group this one and put an external instrument in here so that it sends that to the bass group. Otherwise that doesn't sidechain. Oh, I'm the same. I sometimes get people on Discord, yo, you've been playing Ableton for 37 hours? No, I just went to bed and I left Ableton open because I'm too lazy to restart Ableton the next day. I have this so many times. These don't really work. We need a clean kick for this. Maybe this and then. A little bit different, but oh, maybe that. Oh, I could also make one though, but now for that, what do we want? I should probably make one because I don't think I have a snare in the pack yet that I made that sounds similar enough to this kind of a thing. And we don't need too much. We probably just need a fundamental layered with this, with a break. So let's just grab ourselves a sine wave and do that. And then I want to check real quick. So we get a peak right around where that line sits, which I believe is set to B as well. That line was set to 369. So let me quickly bring this one in. 369. That would be F sharp. that would make it in E, which is the bass line thing of the bass loop. So let's try making this one in E. Then we can go into the fundamental here, and we can pitch this up 5, 2, 3, 4, 4. So if we go 4 semitones up, then that is an E as well. And then we can add a little pitch envelope. And on here, I'm gonna grab a compressor real quick. I know we can do LFO too, but the compressor works too, so it's a little bit quicker. Yeah, I love that old vibe as well, and I feel like we need, because I want this drum pack to be really complete, right? I want it to contain basically everything you need for drums, whether that's minimalistic tracks or more bigger tracks, tracks with more old school break types of sound, but also more processed modern stuff, like more digital stuff. So I really want to make as much of different types of drum things as possible. Right now I'm mostly aimed at like making more like the more modern kind of stuff. But I definitely want to do a lot of the old school kind of things as well. Not like too many, because the pack is already going to be really big, but it just needs to be a pack that is really, I don't know, the next Vengeance? No. I don't sample these from other records. Well, maybe some of these breaks are originally coming from other records, but I mean, you get what I mean, right? Vengeance literally just chopped samples out of tracks and just called it a day. That's like, at some point they switched over to making samples themselves as well, but I remember a lot of samples were just literally chopped from a track, given a fade. Like, it's so bad that you can literally go through some of the earlier Vengeance packs, and just looking at a frequency analyzer, you can literally see the MP3 roll-off in the frequency spectrum. You can just see the 18K cut. Bam, gone. Everything above 18K, gone. And you can just see that it's ripped from an MP3 file. But, you know, that's a bit of a shitty move, you know, if you're making samples. Not only you're not paying the people you're taking those samples from, but you're also fucking the people that buy your samples, right? By giving them shitty samples with shitty quality. Now, I just wanted to make a pack that would make it really easy for me to make drums when I'm working on tracks. That's the whole idea. I'm working, like, a lot of the things I'm doing at the moment is basically just things to speed up my own workflow. I'm making a lot of racks, like, for processing. I'm making a lot of preset racks with, like, bassline sounds or other things that I like, that I know that I will be able to use. Yesterday I made, like, an 808 bass patch. It's just a really simple operator patch. It's this one right here. It's just a really simple operator patch, right? Just nothing too crazy. And I just went in here and I just messed a little with the, just set up some macros so I get some more control. Like, I can add some width. I can change the timing. I can change the drive. So just some quick things to change the sound of a simple sounding 808. Have control over the pitch amount, right? The pitch envelope amount. But just having that as a preset makes it so much quicker when I'm working on a tune and I'm like, I need an 808. I don't have to go make the whole patch. I can just drag this in and start working, right? And that is what I've been doing a lot in the last sort of like weeks, making a lot of those things just so that I have those things saved. And in that process, I've been making a lot of racks for you guys on Patreon. We are now in version 3 of the rec pack, I believe. And I'm already working on a couple of more, the version 4 of the pack, which might be next month, maybe the month after that, afterwards. But it's just great, and it just makes it so much easier to make music if you have a lot of things already pre-made. And that sample pack, this sample pack, is kind of the same thing, because a lot of these things, like for somebody who's just joining in, like this will be like let's say that first drum groove that we made. Like I will bounce this. I will bounce that to audio, but I will also do all the separate parts. So I will bounce this. I will bounce the snare. And I will bounce all the percussion stuff, but separate. So I will bounce the heads. So you get this as a loop in the pack. You get this thing as a loop. These were originally on Patreon, but I'll include them in the pack as well. Then you'll get like this as a loop. And you'll get probably this thing. And this one is probably going to be... That one might be included with something else. Maybe I'll do something like that, or I don't know. But they're going to be stand out, so you get like the separate parts as well. So you'll be able to, like, if you're working on a track, like, oh, I need a top loop or a head loop. You can just grab one of the head loops and say like, oh, I like that one. Put it in your tune, right? It doesn't have to. You're not just going to get the full drum break. You're going to get everything, basically. And I will also use these breaks a lot as well. To then, like, these not, because I mostly used drum shots from the pack that I already made. But like this one, I made the snare, right? So that snare drum is going to be bounced to audio as a one shot as well and be included in the pack. So it's just like this whole process. I'm just making more sounds for the pack, and those loops will make it so much easier for me to make music in the future. And I need to piss. So let's save. And let me quickly grab something for you guys to listen to. What do we have? Projects. What do we got? Yeah, that one is fucking nice. Really want to finish this project, but need to do a bit of sound design for it, I think. Need some extra things to fill it up and finish the last part of it. Because the B section of the drop is still empty. But the A section is looking pretty alright, so I'll let you listen to that while I'm gone. I'll be back in just a bit. I fixed that problem in my way. Sound folder with 370 gigabyte. That's nothing, mate. You should see my total amount of samples that I've gathered over 15 years. Dude, if I include all my old hard drives, you don't even want to know. We're talking terabytes. But that is not making things easier. Let me tell you. As a sample hoarder, let me tell you, that doesn't make it easier. It only makes it harder to find shit. What you want to do is you want to then go through those things and put the things you like in separate folders so that you know where to find the good bits. That's what you need to do. Then you will really start speeding things up. And that's what I've been doing a lot as well. Just going through packs, taking like all those packs that I have where like there's a ton of drum one-shot folders. I don't want to have to click on open this pack and then open the drum one-shots, open the kick drum folder. No, I just want to have all the kick drum folders from all my sample packs that I own in one folder so that I can go to kicks and then just go choose one of the subfolders from the packs. And then just in an instant go from, oh no, this pack doesn't have good kicks, let's go to the next pack. But I don't have to go and go back into all the folders. I can just literally choose the next kick folder in that folder. So like that's how I've done it. Like if I go into here real quick, like if we go into my own folder for my sample packs, Like, this is what I've been doing. So I still got some full packs here and a folder with organized stuff. That's stuff that I still need to do. But then here we got, for instance, drums. And then we got all one-shots. And then we got, for instance, one-shot kicks. And then we get all the kick folders from the packs. See? That's how you make things more easy to find. And then we've got all the snare folders of packs that I own. And there's still a lot that I need to do, because these are only drum and bass packs, some of the decap packs, and I have so many more older packs that I have on my other hard drives that I still need to do. But this takes a long fucking time, so it's a bit much to do. And then, yeah, some I do like to keep with the full pack, like these cashmere ones, because they're just... There's too many things in there to go and split that all up. I don't even fancy doing that. But for like stuff that I use a lot, I really start splitting it up like this. And it works. It makes it easier to find, I feel. Oh yeah, tell me about that. I know what it feels like to lose stuff because of a hard drive. I had that once as well, but not with music stuff. I lost photography stuff. I lost like a whole bunch of photographs that I shot in abandoned buildings. Because stupid me hadn't made a backup of my photography drive yet, because I was like, that drive is very new. It's more important that I back up all my music shit. Yeah, and then of course, the one drive that decides to die is the newest hard drive. And I lost all my photos of like 3 years of traveling Europe and just going to abandoned buildings. So, bit of a shit thing, but whatever, you know? It sucked when it first happened, but after a while you just go, you know what? Whatever. It happened. There's not much you can do anyway. Whatever. Let's just move on. Let's shoot some new photos, you know? It's you can shoot new photos, so it's the only shameful thing is that there were a bunch of places I went to that are demolished now and that are not there anymore, so I could never go back and shoot the photos again. And there were some really cool photos in there that I've never edited and never posted online, so that's a bit of a shame, but whatever, you know? Plenty of new photos to take, so... Anyways, I'm gonna take a piss real quick, and I'll be back in like a minute or so. See you guys in a minute. Okay, I'm back. One moment. I'm eating a cookie real quick because I was getting hungry. All right. Intro from this one is definitely not done yet, but I like where that drop is going. Processing is a little bit off, but it's all right. It just... what it lacks, and I could hear that on my speakers. My speakers aren't the biggest ones. I have some older, smaller monitors, and I could hear the bass sounding a little bit thin on my monitors, but on my headphones it sounds big and full in the bass. So what that tells me is that this tune, it needs a little bit of something just like the harmonic above the sub, like 1 octave up above the sub. And I can see that as well here. If I look at it, I can see that the harmonic that is 1 octave above the sub is a bit quieter. So I probably need to do some multiband compression on that to kind of push it up. Like this one right here. See? Oh, that one is much quieter than that note. If that is up more, it comes through more on smaller speakers. So, really random, but I just noticed that. Maybe I've already done that in the newer version, by the way, because this is an old version, but... Okay. Where were we? Drums. Are you guys liking today's stream, by the way? Even though it's just drum design. I feel like maybe I want to make a kick for this because I don't really like how this one sits. Like, let's put a serum in here. And we'll make it. Right now too, work on melodic stuff, but it here sounds minimalistic. I try to add all what I can. All but no idea for second drop. How you fix that? Just try stuff out. I don't really have much of a good answer for that either. A lot of times it's just trial and error until I find something that I like. Or I just need to hear the first drop and be like, I have an idea. And then I know what to do. But most of the time it's more of the case where I'm like, okay, I have a first drop that I like. Now what the fuck do I do after this? I have that so often, mate. It's normal. Don't let that discourage you. That's perfectly fine. That's perfectly normal to have. Just have to try stuff out and see what works and what doesn't. And you'll eventually figure it out. Okay, we need to go down on pitch. Oh yeah, and first this is in E. Yeah. So let's go and push this up 4. And let's go to our... Like, that would be really low. But I think we can make it work. And I'm gonna add a little bit of that. And let's add a pitch envelope. And we're gonna have this point quite high up, so that we get a bit more of that punch in the low mids if we add it to the pitch here. Like, we can also do this, but then it's gonna be a much more subby kick. And we need to set this to envelope mode, BPM mode, and then check what is the length of this. So this is 4 Hertz, and if we make this shorter than 4 Hertz, we can make sure that it ends on E. Something like that, maybe. Now, this will be quite subby, and we can push that up. But if we go more in this kind of territory, and then maybe we can get some more high frequencies in that kick, and we can basically, it takes a bit longer before it reaches that E note, but we can give it some more mid-range that way. And then I want to have another one, I think, just with a bit of a short one like that, just so we can add another transient part to it. Let's try this. A little loud. Go. Yeah, we probably want to make that one a little better. I'm not going to add noise to the transient of this one. Let's just do bright white. And let's just do the noise tail in this one. So let's just do that. Let's send that through a high pass. Something like that, maybe. Um, Don't really like that, so let's take it off again. Let's grab a new one. BPM, and let's just put that on here so that the noise gets a bit more high-passed. Towards the end. Very subtle, but that's fine. So this one, oh, we have no sidechain yet. Let's fix that. 33 is the kick. That's really long. Why is that so long? Oh, because it takes the entire kick. I know what I can do. Let's just I'm just gonna throw my sidechain trigger into there. So let's just grab Vectrex Utilities, sidechain trigger, put that in here. So it's now also making a sidechain trigger, and I can just say I don't want to hear it, so just turn that off. And then I can go into the where was that? Here. And I can select the sidechain trigger. I think. Instrument rack, and then sidechain trigger pre-effects. There we go. And then we just get that input, which is really short, so that the sidechain is actually short on that as well. So now that works. And then we have this one. Let's group this as well. And I'm going to do the same thing here. So I'm just going to take my sidechain trigger, drop it in here, turn it off. And then here we want to duplicate this one. And we're going to grab 34. And then we'll grab the same one. So pre-effects on the sidechain trigger. And that way, we will be able to duck that break. We will be able to duck the snare drum down a bit when our own snare drum hits. Because if we don't do that, listen to what happens. Listen to the snare and the break together. The first snare drum, we almost don't hear the fundamental of our digital snare that we made, but on the second one we do. Hear how the second one, the fundamental, is much stronger? That's probably because there is the same frequency in the break as in the snare that we made, and one of the two is slightly off phase, where the other one is more in phase, so that's what is happening. So if we just sidechain that one, we should be able to get our own transient through, and then it's all a matter to tweak that one so that we now add to that one what we've lost from the break. See, so it sounds a little weird now. Maybe also we want a little bit less. So maybe... But actually, I think taking it out could work. Or, I have a better idea. Because I do like how the second one layers. So what if I just do this? Oh, this one isn't... Hey. Let's do that. Now it also layers properly. And now we can play with the phase. We might not even need sidechain for the snare, honestly. Because I do quite like how they layer. Let's see if we can mess with the phase of this one. So take the phase here. quite like how that second one layers though, so let's see what happens if we take that one. Yo, Mark. Hoe is op torentje, vriend? Maybe I'll take that one. Just by changing the phase, we can get it to a position where we hear the fundamental more. If we have it somewhere around here, at 0 degrees or somewhere around here, we hear it more than when it's right here. See? So that's the difference about being in phase and being out of phase. Somewhere around there could be good. Then I'm also gonna duplicate this, because then I want to have that from the, yeah, we're gonna process this now in a different way. So let's do this, and let's check real quick. Let's just loop this and do that, and then I can just move that over to here. And then in this one I'm gonna mute these, and in this one I'm gonna do the opposite. So we're gonna mute those and everything above it. Oh wait, so that we have the snare separate. I don't really like the noise in that snare drum that we made, so might have to tweak it a little. A little bit better. Normally I would have done the noise separate, but oh, I do like that a little bit. But what if I do something like this on here? Sure. Okay, so these two. Let's see. Let's start by just putting a saturator on this group. Yeah, I'm fine. And yo, LA Winter, by the way. Didn't saw you yet. So this one, we don't need this one, by the way. Get rid of some of these things that we don't need. Something more like that. I can try spiff. I don't really use it a lot, but because I'm not too comfortable with it compared to other transient shapers, but it's quite a good transient shaper, honestly. It already has enough of the fundamental, we just need more of that. More of that mid-range kind of deal. And we're doing it before the saturator as well, so it's running into the soft clipping. So it's clipping it off anyway. Now the break is not loud enough, but we're getting the snare more up to where it should be, and then we can work on getting that break up as well. We want to layer that with some more digital stuff, so it really gets a bit more of a digital kind of vibe, but with that old school kind of sound in the break, I think that could be pretty cool. Okay, do we still have... No, we have no sidechain happening right now. There we go. Yeah, the whole stream will be on my channel, like always. Let's try transient master. Honestly, a bit much on... Okay, let's add some stuff to this one, because I feel like this one is not getting far right now. Let's do a MIDI track. Get some one-shot hits in there. Packs, hats. Let's just grab a bunch. Drum rack. And grab a bunch of hat samples. Set this to gate. Turn snapping off. And give that a bit of a fade. Let's add one point here, and let's just say beats. Yeah, that's fine. Let's add the warp markers here. And say, do that with the groove. Okay. Maybe do a little bit more on this one. Okay, we really have to go and mess with this one, because this one is so dirty. See if we can clean this up a little. And get it more up to where it should be. Let's try spiff on this one. Start with cutting. Right around here. Ooh, we can also try this. Do like a bit of that and then do... Ooh, that could be interesting. Haha, spiff is fucking insane. This is fucking good. Just do it in opposite direction and use the delta and then... cleaning this whole thing up. Okay. Can we... more of that? That's kind of interesting. Using the delta mode to kind of do the opposite. So make it a lot more tight. And then boost this around here. Don't really like how the snare sits, but I think it's in the heads, what I don't like. It's probably that open head that I added. That thing. Much better. Okay, let's grab a little bit of sidechain compression from, where is it? Track 33, and then the sidechain thing that I put in there. There we go. And probably not fully, but see, that's too much. But just and then especially for the snare, I want to see what that is going to do. But I think the snare could have a little bit of work as well. I don't really like what the snare sounds like at the moment. 34. Not 34. $35? Where the fuck is 35? I don't even see 35. What? Yeah, 35. What the hell? I was getting a bit confused there. 35, yeah. I should rename them. Makes them a little bit easier. And the project is getting a bit slower as well now, because there's quite a bit of stuff in it. How can we make that snare drum better? Maybe try a different snare. Let's try a different snare, see what we get. Packs. Snares from the pack. Let's see. Something a bit higher. This one was in E, I believe. This snare. Yeah, it was an E, right? +4, yeah, that's E. So if we go, I don't know, maybe do these. And just grab that MIDI. Much better. Needs more high end, but I really like that short kind of snappier sound, and it's for some reason it works with the break as well. So let's just leave this in. Sometimes the snare is just isn't good, you know, and you just need a different one. try what happens if we add this one back in. And then maybe, where is that slice? Slice 6. What if we can just use this attack here. It's not doing the attack, right? Let's just use an LFO tool or a compressor. Compressor. That should work. We're already using compressors for this now. What are you saying, Untacto? A few weeks ago, grow up my sound equipment, receive some money for MIDI keyboard. Okay. Won't buy it, really long time. Finally, always good. All except one. I was searching for one with knobs, I guess, to use with VCV rack, and others like it. Ah, yeah, what you mean, yeah. And all what I can find is only some small Akai without knobs or a big one. What I can't. Okay, so you're looking for something that is not too expensive, but has like knobs that you can use to control stuff on your computer. I get what you mean. Let's see real quick. Because I haven't looked at the MIDI controllers in a while, because I have a really good one myself, and I really don't need any different one anytime soon. Studio MIDI controllers controller. There we go. Site might look a little bit weird because I'm using this browser extension. That's what it normally looks like, but I hate bright looking websites. So how big do you need it to be? Like just a small one or 49? Because that quite matters as well. Oh, you're in Ukraine. Oh yeah, that probably changes quite a bit as well with like the delivery. Yeah, I can assume that is probably going to be quite difficult right now. I think your best bet would probably be finding somebody within, what is it, Poland or something that you know that you can buy it for you. I'm not sure how the shipping between Ukraine and the rest of Europe is right now. I can assume it's quite difficult. By the way, how you're holding up over there? I'm not sure where in Ukraine you are, but yeah, let's say you just want something small, but okay, that looks really weird. We can't even see the images. Yeah, the one that I have doesn't have a 25 version. It does have a 49, but it's not cheap, so that would not be an option. But I have a Novation, so that's kind of what I have. So the launch keys are kind of like I guess the equivalent to what I have, but then cheaper. It does come with some knobs that you can use. And it has the sequencer from the looks of it. Or these are just drum pads, but mine comes with a sequencer, so kind of looks like the same sequencer thing that I have. There's no sliders though. There's no sliders. That's a bit of a shame. Mine also has some sliders, which this one doesn't. But the one that I have, I'm pretty happy with, honestly. So I could recommend Novation. I haven't tried these, but they look pretty good as well. The Native Instrument ones. I haven't really used them though, so I can't really say much about these. But it really depends on your budget as well. And like what you're looking for, right? Like how big do you want it to be? 49s are okay though. I feel like 49 is usually, 25 is too small for me at least. It's too small. I have a 60, what is that, 61, I believe? 69, I'm not sure. But 25 for me is too small. But 49 is what I had before, and it's pretty good. It's pretty doable. See, this is the one that I have, but I have the bigger one, and this one is already 555. So that's probably out of your budget. But the other ranges of the ones that they have, just if you use Ableton, don't get this one because this one is for FL Studio specific. But this one, for instance, the launch key, seems like a pretty good option as well. And you have a 37 and a 49 option, I see. Does the 49 maybe have sliders too? Yeah, the 49 has sliders. So if you want to have some sliders as well, then I guess the 49 would be an option. And I mean, it's not cheap, but at 200, it is not in the more expensive range either. But yeah, like I said, it really depends on your budget. You don't see my other message? What other message? That you bought the Arturia Mini Lab? Or have you bought it? Or do you want to buy it? That's the thing. Arturia Mini Lab, which is that? That's probably in the smaller category. Arturia Mini Lab. I mean, it still has the buttons, the things to use. So I guess like if all you need is just like a couple of keys and something to control some things with, then yes, this would probably do. I know Arturia makes some good stuff, so I would say Arturia is a pretty good choice as well. I just haven't really used it myself. I've used only software from Arturia, not really the hardware, so I can't really comment on it myself, but whatever. Doesn't matter. I wish you good luck. I wish you good luck with it. Have fun. Have you ever had a controller before or not? Because I still remember when I got my first controller, I just spent like days or weeks even just playing piano on it. I was like, wow, this is so cool. I can finally play an instrument. Well, not really, but I was able to try finally, which is nice. Okay, let's do sidechain on this to the snare fundamental, which is 35. It's your first, yeah. Just have fun with it, because that's how you learn the most about it. But having a MIDI controller really helps, because you can learn how to play stuff, and sometimes when you play stuff in, you'll get different ideas than when you're just clicking it in with a mouse, so that's always good. It's just a smaller one will limit you somewhat, because obviously you won't be able to play like a bass note and then a higher note on top of it. That's just, it's not really going to be easy, but for playing in like a melody or something, sure. And as a first controller, you don't need something big anyway. It's only going to be too much. You're not going to use half of the things that are on it if you get one of the bigger ones. Okay, so that layer definitely doesn't work, but this works pretty well. See how much that cleans it up? Those two together now? So we get that, lay it from the break snare into this one. And that actually sounds pretty good. Could maybe boost the level of this one a little bit now, just to see what that would do. Give it a little utility at the end here. Something like that. kick can have a bit of a layer though. I want something on the kick, and I know what I want. I have a really cool idea. Something that is going to make the kick drum probably pretty good. Let's take this and drop it on here. And I'm not going to use all of these kick drums, probably. So let's start with a serum. And we're going to take some noise. So I'm just going to take, I don't know, maybe the bright white. And we're going to add this, something like this, of about, yeah, maybe this is already long enough, but a little bit shorter than a beat. And then I'm going to add that to the volume, or actually, let's make it an 8 note, because that's probably the length of the kick, roughly. So, just a little bit under an 8 note. Let's see what we get if we... Okay, and then we want envelope mode, so it only plays once. Okay, and then we're gonna go and high pass this. High pass on the noise. So we get that. Then we want to have a sine wave. So I'm gonna grab a sine wave. Just sine. And I'm gonna make sure that that is the same pitch as the kick. So up 4. And then I'm gonna bring it down, but a lot. So that is an octave too low, I think. Yeah, an octave too low. That's what we want to have it at. And I'm gonna distort this. Not really doing what I wanted to do. Let's see. Why not? Okay. Octave up it is. It was getting too low. And then we're going to go in here and we're going to do post high pass. We're just going to create that. So if we add that to the kick. Now I don't like it on all of them, but I like it on the first one. So let's see if we maybe want to make it a little bit shorter. This serum skin is called Anthracite, but the website where you can download this is down, is not online anymore. So if you want to get this, join my Discord. Link is in the chat right now. Just scroll up, and if not, then check the description. Go to my Discord, and in the general chat area, so the general tab, what is that? The general channel. We have a category called general area, and then there's a channel in that called general chat. And in the general chat, you can go to the pinned messages, and in there you can find a download link where I uploaded it for the Discord members. Because I didn't make it, but somebody else did, and they took the website offline, and it's such a good skin, so I don't know why the website is down, maybe because they couldn't pay for the host anymore, I don't know, whatever, but it's too good to not have. So if you want to get it, it's in Discord. And if the person who made this sees this and wants me to take it down, just let me know and I'll take it down. No big deal. I know that years ago that person actually watched my channel as well, so maybe he is still watching every now and then. Yeah, I would have liked to make my own someday, but it's just too much work. I just don't like doing it. It's too much work. There's too much things involved. It's a project to do. Because I would like to make a really nice one though, but to do that properly, it definitely takes quite a bit of time to make. And I mean, I have a a background in graphic design, but still, it wouldn't just be just let's sit down for an hour and make the interface. You know, it's not that quick. Okay, let's take that one, maybe that one, and that one. Maybe only on the first one, actually. Let's freeze and flatten these. Yeah, like, if you really want to make a good skin, it's probably gonna take you at least a week, maybe even more. You know, it's depending on how much time you have. Like I know, John was his real name, right? Feed Me, Spore, I believe his real name is John. He did a serum skin as well, and I believe he worked on his, like on and off, of course. He didn't work on it full time probably, but it took him like months to finish his skin, I believe, until he was fully happy with it. Now, obviously, he could have probably done it much quicker, but he also had a ton of other stuff going on, and that would be the same thing for me, right? I don't have time to just spend like 3-4 weeks in a row making a skin for a plugin. Oh, actually. Oh, that actually works. Nice. What if we put that there as well? I actually like it more as a pre-thing than as an actual noise hit. So maybe I'll just use it like that. Where am I gonna use it? Move it into the percussion category. Maybe some kind of a ride or something. Man is also perfectionist. Yeah, I agree. That's true. Again, that will be the same for me. So I could see a lot of similarities in the process if I would decide to make a serum skin. And that for that reason too, I probably shouldn't do it. It would probably take way too much of my time that I could probably spend otherwise. So drink. His skin looks really good though. I agree. I like the anthracite one. It's a good one for like people that work a lot late at night. Right. Maybe a Sabian? Where are the rights? In here. Right there. Actually, Maybe a more pattern like that. Yeah, I have seen that. Still have to finish music though. I need to hear that with the bass as well, so I can hear if that... We need more high end on this thing. Just... Let me do that on the master actually. Give it a little bit of that and just That's pretty good. Let's try frequency shifter maybe. Nice. Yeah, we don't really have a lot of drum and bass people out here. Well, we do now these days. Like I mean, Imanu is from Rotterdam as well, and I think Bunchen as well, I believe. So Imanu and Bunchen, I think both from Rotterdam. I'm not entirely sure about Bunchen, but I think he is. Could be wrong. But when I grew up, there was no drum and bass people out here. Like there were drum and bass people visiting Rotterdam, but those were all coming from outside. Like we had a couple of people out here. We had Thrasher, who organized all of the prospect parties here. But he brought all of the guys over from like, you know, he brought over guys such as Blacks and Empire. Noisia never performed in the club here where I always used to go to. But he brought over people like Limewax and Counter-Strike and all those kind of guys as well. But like actual people, producers that I knew growing up that made drum and bass, I can't really name any. I knew a lot of producers, but they all made hardcore, gabber, terror, hardstyle. They all made those kind of things, or they made techno, or like house kind of stuff. But nobody made drum and bass. We do have a big D&B scene, but it's very spread out, I believe. There's not like a central sort of like scene somewhere. I feel like right now there's a little bit something coming with, the guys from the Vision label. There's quite a few in this area. So I can kind of feel there's a little bit of that happening now, and there always has been a bit of an underground scene, but there's never been like a big group of producers that really, were all in the same place. I guess the Noisia guys a little bit, but they are all the way up north, in the north part of the country, and I'm basically all the way at the opposite side of the country, so it's a bit different. But still, I feel like there were always quite a few parties in Rotterdam, and then Noisia did their stuff all the way up north in Groningen, with Simplon parties, and the Noisia Invite stuff. But then bit of stuff in The Hague, I believe, and then there's probably like in all the cities there's like smaller drum and bass parties, for sure. There's like clubs that do a drum and bass night every now and then or something, I think, but there isn't that much actually. Most people I know that go to drum and bass parties just have like one club or something in their city where they go to, and most of the times it's the same DJs performing. It's just the house DJs, the ones that always perform, and then maybe every now and then they have like one headline act that they, hire to come over and to do a show. But most of these clubs don't have that much money anyway, so it's not like they can just book a whole night full of like big names. And then in Rotterdam we have one big venue where Prospect does the parties. That venue is really big, really big. It's a decent sized venue, so they have a little bit more money as well. They hold a lot of different parties as well next to the whole thing. They house like there's a whole bunch of companies that hire like space from them as well. So they have a lot of different sources of revenue. So they got a lot more room for like organizing bigger parties. And then a lot of people go to like things like Let It Roll and Rampage and shit, which is like, of course, Rampage is Belgium. Let It Roll is what was that again? Which country was that again? Somewhere in Eastern Europe, but like, I don't know. Other than that, there's not much drum and bass parties here. The biggest ones I know are the Prospect parties. But like, if I compare it to the scene that there was around the hardcore stuff and like the hardstyle music here, I know like there was this audio store, this audio store that was ran by DJ Panic, really famous guy from Rotterdam, doing hardcore, and at least in those scenes he's pretty well known. He's one of the pioneers of the genre, basically. And he had a store right next to the subway station where I would come a lot as well, and you would see all the big guys there from like the Dutch hardcore scene, Neophyte, Paul Elstock, Panic himself, of course, but all the guys from abroad as well. They would visit that store, and all the guys, the local guys, knew them. They all knew each other. They were one big group, and everybody knew each other. And that is definitely not the case with the drum and bass thing. Times are different as well, of course. Like back in those days, everybody knew each other because it was a much smaller scene to begin with, and now the scene is so much more saturated. So it's only understandable that there's not such a thing now. But it would be cool to see, like, if there was more like I feel there's it's a little bit happening, but I feel it's more like it feels more like a closed friend group, I guess. The guys from the Noisia label, the Vision label, and all the people that release on that label. It almost feels like it's like a little bit of a group of friends, I feel. But it's cool. It's nice to see. But it would be good to have more connectivity, I feel. Like locally as well, between like people. Yeah, that's a cool thing. Like if you have all the drum and bass people that really know each other very well, and that's nice. But it's also nice if there's like a place where you can meet up or something like that. I don't really feel we have much like that right now here, honestly. Like not, at least not what we used to have. That's a shame. The cool things that we used to have are all closed now, and kind of shut their doors. So now it's more like bigger venues, and it's not really a place where you just go like back in the day, we could go to the venue where we would go to for drum bass parties. We could go to there during the day to just hang out and chat with each other and just bring your laptop and make some music and, you know, play a little bit of tracks, you know, do some mixing if you wanted to, you know, and just hang out. And that was such a good thing for like just networking, just being able to just talk to people and just, hey, I've seen you there, and hey, just getting to know people better, right? It makes it so much easier. And there's not that much of that now, which is, I don't know. Things have changed in that regard a little bit, at least over here. But then again, whatever. Like the scene has become so much bigger as well. There's probably 100 times more people making drum and bass now than there were 10, 15 years ago. So, yeah, it's only understandable, I guess. I'm just gonna call that one done because I'm fine with that one now. Moving on. Next one. Let's find another bass loop, something that we can use to fill this up a bit and see what we can write to it. That's weird. Let's go to a different folder. Something a bit heavier. That's actually pretty cool. But then maybe this one. See what kind of groove we can write for that. Would probably be quite a rolling groove as well. Let's see what we can do for that one. Little Alter Boy is pretty good. The only issue I have with it is that stereo thing that it creates. If Little Alter Boy didn't created that stereo thing that it does, or give you the option to turn it off, then it would be so much better. It does a weird thing with the stereo, which is not consistent. So you shift it around with Little Alter Boy, and then sometimes the sound suddenly becomes really wide, but then the next time it plays, it's not wide. For instance, it's really weird. It's not as if it adds width at the same place every single time. It does it at random. And sometimes things get a little bit wider, sometimes it doesn't. And that I find a little bit hard to control. It sounds amazing as a pitch shifter. It's definitely a really nice sounding one, but that stereo thing, it's sometimes really annoying. I've had some moments where I did a really long resample session and then I had a couple of really cool sounds in it, and then that stereo effect from the Little Alter Boy just threw it off completely because it just made certain frequencies completely out of phase. And when you listen to it in mono, it was just like, oh, the sound is really thin in mono. And it was a shame because it was a bass sound, I think, that I resampled back then. And I was like, well, that's not gonna work. And it's weird in that. So let's grab a snare drum. Yeah, as long as you use the parts that are fine, I guess it can work, but it's still annoying, right? Because it doesn't have to do that, right? It's something that they deliberately added to it, because there's no necessary reason why it should add that stereo thing. It's a pitch shifter. Like, a pitch shifter should not necessarily add width. But they wanted it to add width, I guess, so they added that, but yeah, that just makes it a bit hard to use. That is in D. What do we have in terms of snares in D or in A? Let's see. A. Let's just try a couple of ones. We can also do E and then pitch it down 2 semitones. This would be a really high snare, so let's see what that would sound like. The timing of that thing is really weird. Oh, what if... Oh, I see something. I see something. Should we make a halftime groove? Should we do a halftime groove? Haven't done any halftime grooves yet, so that might be good. Let's try one of the more dirtier kicks, maybe. That's a nice kick. I like that one. Yeah, sometimes they can be cool, but you have to really be careful that they sound good in mono as well. And that it's not like completely out of phase, because then it would probably lead to issues down the line. I don't feel like making a halftime groove, sorry. Okay, other loop, because I don't like where that loop falls. Fucking heavy. Huh, that could be cool. Some weird groove. Oh yeah, that's gonna be a good groove to write a pattern to. This one is in E, which means the snare can go up to there. Yeah, that's gonna work. Different kick though, I feel. Like, it's not like the bass will be included in the pack, it's just as a temporary thing. I can also choose a kick that I made in a different session. This one is in B. Let's go and put a kick on every downbeat. And we need sidechain. Yeah, that's the stomper, exactly. We need drums like that as well, so it's probably going to be a more straight pattern. Like, not too complicated on this one. Not a lot of, like, rolling kind of stuff. Maybe just a shaker for, like, the section where you want the pace to go up a little bit. But this one needs more of, like, a simple pattern. But we need those as well in the pack. We need as much different kind of things as possible. That's why I like using these bass loops, because there's so many different bass loops that I have. As long as I pick a different one every time, I'm going to get a different drum pattern as well. And it'll make me make different decisions, which is what is good. We want to send it to the bass. And we want to say elevotal, there we go. And then we want to... I can just copy this, actually. And then group this one. I feel like this is a cool stream, though. I have a lot of fun with this stream so far. It's 1 AM. I can keep going. Doesn't matter. I'm in the zone now. we're vibing. Oh yeah, let's change the name of this. Break 12 already. That means I made 12 on. After this one I made 12 breaks a day for the pack. 12 full patterns with all the stuff that I can stem out, which is nice. Still need a lot more to make, but we're getting somewhere. That's a weird, dirty kick, but maybe it'll actually work. Let's try some other kicks. These ones are in D sharp, so if I pitch them up one semitone, whoa, that one is short. It's really short, but it does sound kind of cool. Maybe something a bit longer though. Okay, let's see. Do we use this snare? It kind of works, right? Let's just move on. Let's move on with hats. No sleep, gang. Let's go. 2 a.m. gang, let's go. Oh no, 1 a.m. gang. Not 2 a.m. yet, but we're gonna make 2 a.m. Okay, let's go for the perks. Some hats here. Drum rack. I'm going to use some different hats now. I have a really old sample pack that is not even for sale anymore. I think I can use those in a sample pack for making a new sample pack with. And even if they were still for sale, then who the fuck cares, because these are so old. And I'm processing them so much, nobody's gonna figure it out. Let's see. Do we want one of these? B. And just grab a whole bunch. That's probably way too much, but as long as it fills that thing up. Yeah, I know. I know. You already have a bunch of drum racks in here with 128 samples. I know you're becoming slower and slower the more I add. Let's see which one we like. That's definitely what the first one needs. Something like that. And let's make this one, let's set it to gate. No snapping. And let's boost this up a little bit maybe. And, oh yeah, we need to do copy to all siblings. Give this one a little fade out. There we go. Kinda. What happens if we do this? No. No. Let's make sure we have a bit of groove in this thing. just so we have a little bit of a thing on the snare as well. Shitty hat pattern, but hey, whatever. Let's make it a little bit better. We're just gonna layer a couple of hats to give it a bit more consistency. Oh yeah, this one is in triplets. Ah. Hadn't seen that yet. Triplet grid. Oh wait, we should probably do that in here. Is Ableton supporting 32 core processors? I don't know. If it does, then it would definitely help, but you're always still gonna be limited by how Ableton allocates the CPU threads to the different tracks. So if you go into the session view right here, you can see down here these little blocks, right? So those are basically the CPU usage, or yeah, so like the CPU usage. It's not really the CPU usage because it's more like how much it's using of this meter, which isn't really a CPU meter. It kind of is, but it doesn't. It's not a full on, like, it's not like, oh, if this goes over 100, you're using all of your CPU. No, it just means that if this goes over 100, one of the threads of your CPU is working so hard that it's not able to keep up. So if, let's say, you can have as many cores as you want, but if one track has a lot of processing on it, you can still get into issues. And then more cores isn't really going to help. What is only going to help is taking more effects off of that track and freezing and flattening it, or splitting up, I don't know, maybe grouping it and then putting half of the effects on the group so that Ableton sees this as a separate track, which is allocated to a different thread of your CPU, because every one of these tracks is assigned to a different thread. And then if it gets to the last one, it will go back to the first one, I believe. So that's how it does that, and that's all done because of latency. If it would, I believe, at least that's why it is done. Maybe these days it can be done differently, but it was all for latency, because if you would split it up, at least back in the day, it would be really hard to keep the two signals in time with each other, especially when you start, sending them through different things. But other than that, that's how it does that. So if you get issues with it, it's most of the time because there's just one track that has a lot of processing on it. What's more important, CPU, RAM, or else? Depends on what you're doing, and depends on what you already have. I would say they're equally important. CPU is going to help with just general stuff for your DAW, like just making it perform better. The better the CPU, the faster your DAW will perform, basically. And it will allow you to use more plugins, that kind of stuff, because that's all what is done with your CPU. But if you use a lot of sample libraries, or use a lot of like sample-based stuff, then having a lot of RAM is going to help you a lot. So it really depends on what you're doing. But if you use a lot of synth stuff and you're just making like if you're just using samples, it's I don't know if it actually loads those into your RAM. I don't think so. Only for like contact libraries and stuff like that. So if you use a lot of those, then you definitely want to invest in RAM. Yeah, you shouldn't put that on an external hard drive. Well, your samples are fine depending on the hard drive. If it's a 7200 RPM, then you can probably get away with it. But SSD is better. Don't put your plugins, the plugins itself, on an external drive. That's just asking for trouble. Those need to be on an internal drive, preferably an SSD. But the samples, yeah, like I had most of my samples are on an external drive as well, and I have no issues with those. I only had to move all my contact libraries to an SSD drive because those would definitely be slow as fuck if I would use them in contact. But regular samples are fine. But contact libraries, it loads so many samples a lot of times with the libraries when you load one of the instruments that there's just too much that has to load from the disk, and it just doesn't work. It has to load for ages, and you're gonna get audio dropouts when you play and all that kind of stuff. So, but other than context stuff and like sample-based libraries, you don't really need RAM that much with music production. You need enough, like definitely. It's not like, oh, I only have 2 GB, I'm gonna be fine because I don't use contact. No, you do need enough, and I think Ableton asks for 8 minimum, maybe even 16 these days. But I would say 16 GB is the minimum for if you want to do music production. I would not recommend anything lower than 16, honestly. So 16 GB of RAM, and you're probably going to be good for now. If you want to start using more contact, you're probably going to still have to get more, but 16 GB is like a good sort of like a good starting point for a music production computer, I feel. Shit is not cheap, eh? Man, I spend so much money on my computer. It's ridiculous. And then I haven't even gotten a new graphics card yet that I still want to get. Can we get a better kick? Whew. That's distorted. Let's see how that sits in the... Yeah, that's too much. Ooh, that's clicky. That might work. Bit too clicky, though. Okay, I feel we need heavier sidechain on this one. More like that. Okay, so this one. Let's see if we can make this thing a bit more interesting. Because right now it's really basic. So just by layering 2 hats, we can use one hat that is just the same every time, and then we can use 4 other ones that are layered on top of it to kind of create the impression as if it's the same hat, but with slight differences. And then it still sounds a bit too much fake-ish, so what I usually do then is take Sooth 2 and just take some of those resonances in the high end out a little bit, so they get closer together. And because we're doing this on the layered heads together, so we just do this, bit of sharpness. Not too much. And suddenly it sounds much more like it's just one hat. And let's do some reverb on that, some subtle reverb, maybe with Valhalla Room. You work on 8 GB. Yeah, 8 is... I feel like 8 is still fine for Ableton, depending on what you're doing. Like, if you make just, like, a simple house tune or a hip-hop beat, you're gonna be fine with 8 GB, let's be honest. You don't need 16 at all. But if you start doing a bit more, you know, your projects start to get a bit bigger, you're starting to do a lot more stuff, you're starting to make your own sounds and all that kind of stuff, then having 16 GB definitely helps. But it really depends on what you're doing, like always. Let's try it before Soothe. That's a bit weird. Just do it afterwards. But it really depends on what you're doing, and yeah, it's really, you have to look at your system and just be like, okay, so what do I have? Where is the bottleneck? You know, where does my computer have issues? When does it start to crap out? When does it start to drop out the audio? And what is happening at that moment? Like, is it the CPU that is just working too hard? Is it the hard drives that are just busy, like at 100%? Is it the RAM that is full? You have to look at it and see, like, what is your issue. Then you know what to upgrade. Because it can be so many things. Let's get rid of some of those sharp transients on this. Like that. It's a bit too long with the reverb, so I'm gonna gate it afterwards. Choose a gate. Get more something like that. Okay, and then we definitely want to have some triplet stuff in here. So the shakers probably need to be triplets. I think I know which one I'm gonna use then. I feel we should probably use the Think one. The Think shakers. That one. It's not really the Think shakers, but it's made from the Think shakers. Use that one, and then we're gonna... It looks like it's done a pretty good job this time. Let's just do Control U, and I'm gonna slice this to MIDI. You just had a check, and you apparently had 20 gigabytes of RAM used while working on a project. Yeah, I have that a lot of times as well. Not sure how much I'm using at the moment, but Ableton is only using 8 right now, so it's not that bad. So we can take these, and we can use the triplet grid. Let's do 16s maybe. Triplets. 8, no triplets. Let's see what happens if we do a little thing like this maybe. Then we skip one. Skip one. Skip one. See what we get. Maybe... Oh, yes. That's nice. See if we can use that. Alright, that works. Works pretty well. Oh yeah, we should move that in here. And it works pretty well actually. What should we add to this? So we also can go in here and we can say, if I switch this to triplet grid as well, let's say I don't want to have these, so I can just do maybe take that out. Yeah. Then we want one more head here. Something more open on this last one. So let's just do this. I should have thrown more open heads in here as well. I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go and grab 94. Let's go into here. I can't see which one is which. That's so annoying. I know how to do this. Let's do that. That. And then I'm gonna play. Where are you? Okay. Where are you? Right there. This one all the way up until here. Let's remove those, because I'm not using those in the clip anyway. Then we get some free spots. And then I can go and put some open heads in this one. Because, if I remember, there's a separate category for that. Hi-hats, oh wait, I took this back. Hi-hats, open hi-hats. And then let's take ones from the B... It's not too many either. Let's just pick one that we think is gonna work. Come on. They all sound a bit weird, or at least not what I'm looking for. But let's see. Come on, you can do it. Now we can... Oh, has it also removed the notes? Oh no, still there. And then we can go and change that. That did work. I just need to make sure this one is set the gate. And then we can do this. Okay, I feel like we need more hats though. We need something bigger. On the every beat basically. I have those hats that I made. These ones. Hats get suited, which are basically just some hats ran through Soothe, but they sound really huge. So what if we just take these? And then just high pass them a little. You dropped in Discord a picture of Ableton. What? Check. Oh, the high score. Is that over 2,000? Nice. Yeah, I've seen some crazy numbers. I once saw it going up to 9,000 something, and I was like, holy shit, it's over 9,000. That's the highest I've ever seen it. But at that point, my computer crashed so hard that nothing even worked. I had to do a hard reset. Nothing would even respond anymore. I forgot what was happening. Something was completely crashing and bugged out. I think it was back in the day when it still used quite a ton of pirated plugins. And it was just one of those weird ones that was just, yeah, throwing everything off. Like something more like that, maybe. And then we probably want to mix it in a little bit lower. Yo, Mr. FDB. Yeah, we're making drum patterns today. We're making drum loops for sample pack. We already did a few. I have another project with 8 more. And now we're doing this one. So this one, I have an idea for this one as well. I kind of want to have something that's more percussion-like sound that goes like that kind of follows what that bass is doing, but then maybe just well, kind of follows what the shakers are doing. It's gonna have a lot of one-shots, yes. I will also use these to extract one-shots from. Plus, I already made a ton of one-shots for it. So yeah. So we want to have some kind of a percussion sound, I feel. Maybe I should make it. Oh. Let's just try percussion. It might be a bit easier. Not sure if I made percussion sounds for it. These are weird percussion sounds, by the way. Maybe something like that, though. That you could maybe use instead of the shakers as well. That could maybe work. So let's just do that, and let's switch to triplets. And so it needs to come in right here. That's actually pretty fun. Sidechain it to the kick and snare. Something like that could be pretty fun. Let's see what happens if we have more low-pass bass in this for a moment. Oh my god, machine gun drums. Yeah, kinda. I'm just thinking about that could be pretty cool for this groove, because it's quite a simple groove. Let's just see what... I mean, this one kind of works, so I can just do this. Let's just do a drum rack again. so that we can mess with it and see which one works better. So let me just drop that one in here. Why are you not giving me... Huh? Wait, what? Okay, perk 23, remember. For some reason you cannot paste a simpler into a drum rack, but you can only drag it into it? Okay, well, whatever. 23, where are you? 23, you sounded pretty alright. But I think something maybe a little bit more lower, something more like a tom sound maybe? Or something that is more like a tom sound. Let's do gate. And then we need to drop you on there. Something weird like that could also maybe work. Like a weird low, kind of thumpy kind of hit. Jesus, it's getting slow. I really need to start making another new project for it. And let's make sure that this thing has sidechain, because otherwise it's definitely not going to work. So let's grab... I'm just going to use a compressor. Let's go and do... Did I already add... Yes, I did. No, I didn't. Let's grab my sidechain trigger. Drop that in here. And let's copy this one and drop that in here. So we can sidechain this one. 45. Sidechain trigger pre-effects. There we go. And then let's duplicate that and do track 46. Holy shit. That's the only issue with having so many drum racks in here with like 128 samples each, is that it really slows down the project. But other than that, it's fine. It's not like we're working on a track or anything, we're just making drum patterns, so we're good. See, now it ducks away when there's a kick or snare. Different sound. Might go to a different folder. Yeah, let's go into this pack again, see what we have in the toms category. Come on. What should we do? Bass drums? Also use a kick. a la rumble. It's a bit much. Using a kick, maybe. Oh, maybe that's a really short one. Where is it? That one? That one. Maybe? Nah, that's too short. It needs to be higher, otherwise we don't hear it. Bongos? Or a more zappy kind of sound. What if I search for zap? Needs to be quite short. Hmm. Or we could just use that one because it works. I mean, that works. Maybe a little fill thing at the end. Yeah, I'm hearing like before the last snare, like a little, just a little weird snare thingy or something, like a little roll shuffle bit. Packs, loops, racks. Let's go to that JBK pack again. Do you hear that little snare roll thingy? Something like that. Something like that little... Like, for instance, that thingy. But then probably aligned to the grid. With that one. Let's see if this is gonna work or not. Maybe have to find a different one, but... Okay, that doesn't work at all. I don't have any good like triplet loops because I never use triplets, so let's see, percussion. We'll just arrange some hits to work. triplets on 8 notes, because otherwise I'm gonna get confused. Let's see what kind of sound will fit here. What if we do that, and then distort, saturate the crap out of that hit? Saturator. I don't want to have too many ghost snares in this one, I think. This one doesn't need that. More. More. Output down. Reverb. Before the saturator, maybe. And then I kind of want to make the reverb, well, I kind of want to make sure that this turns itself off right at the start here, and then turns itself back on right there. So you go. Do we have some shakers? We do have shakers here. Feel like we need a little thingy happening before the snare as well. Don't hear that. Maybe we want that one on the 16 so that it hits right there. Ah. Maybe for this one I can go into the hi-hats that I made for the pack. And then somewhere at the end, maybe? If the loop was twice as long, it would be cool to have a triplet tom fill and the end of the second phrase. I might make some of these loops longer before I bounce them. Right now I'm really just making the loops itself, and if I feel like it needs an extra second half or like a variation on it, then I'll make those later. I'm not too concerned with that now. What if we do that? Oh yeah. Ooh. That's kind of cool, having like... That's nice. Yeah, that's cool. I like that. Maybe a little bit, maybe a little bit up on or down on one of these. Let's see. Let's bring that one down. Maybe bring these ones up instead. Maybe this one the same level as that. Yeah. Yeah, that's a nice little extra thing. And I'm like, I'm not too concerned if it works with the bass line. The bass line is just there to kind of give me an idea of what it would sound like with the bass line. Just so I can kind of figure out if it would be cool. But a lot of times, you know, it's going to be used with a different bass anyway, so you also want to listen to it without everything, without the bass line, and just listen to this thing by itself. Now this one, maybe we want to do a little bit of soothe on that. See if we can get some of those resonances out a little bit, see what that sounds like. Might sound worse, but I kind of want to try it. Sharpness up. It's taking too much out of them right now. They're getting too quiet, but I like doing this so it takes the resonances down a bit, and then I boost the high end afterwards so that the resonances don't get too loud. Because if you would just boost the high end, then the resonances are also boosted, which are already louder than the rest of the noise in this head, right? So by just taming them down a little bit, you can get away with more high end. And by after boosting them again, the resonances are kind of back at what the original level was, but then the rest, the other frequencies around it have now gotten louder. See, so it's, we still hear that resonance, but it's just a bit, I don't know. See, it's a bit cleaner. It's a bit noisier, but cleaner in a way. That's weird, but yeah, just makes it slightly, it fits slightly more in the groove. It sounds more similar to these things. Like it sounds more like it fits with these. Now. See how different that sounds without that? It's literally, it sounds like it's layered on top of it. It's literally just like, oh, we have a head pattern and we stacked some other samples on top of it. But if we add soothe and then boost the high end, it sounds a lot more like it's part of the same pattern. Because it has more of the same tonal quality as what the heads are doing. And then this one, let's see. Yeah, it's hitting on, what is that? An F sharp? That's not the right pitch. We need that to hit on E. So, 2 down. Could also try a different hit here. If we go back to the toms. Toms, where are you? Toms. Wait, I used a different thing, but it doesn't matter. Let's just keep this one. I might look for a different one later. Works right now, so like that tom sound is a little bit out of place, but maybe if I go up 3, then it's a minor third. Could also be cool. Kind of wants to go to that one, right? It doesn't really matter if it's not in tune. In your opinion, what would be a more worthy investment? Pro Q or Sooth 2? Well, they're two completely different things. So, like Sooth, there isn't really that much like it. There's a couple of plugins that do similar things. What was it called? Baby Audio Smooth Operator, I believe, does something similar. There's another one, I believe, but there's not too many plugins like it. Whereas EQs, there's a lot of it, and you already have an EQ in your DAW, so there's something to be said for that, right? But it really depends on what you need. Spiff is great, yeah, we used it earlier. It's really good. It's really nice. I should use it a lot more than what I currently do. I guess we made a cool pattern. That's a cool another one. Save. Sooth is not an EQ. No, it's not an EQ. It looks like one, but it's not an EQ. I think we're gonna call it a night. It's 2 a.m. I need to give my ears some rest. Thanks for being here, though. This was a fun stream. I liked tonight. Not sure if you guys all liked it. Maybe some people were like, oh, he's not making tracks. He's just making drums. But I like this. At first, Sooth is a dynamic resonance cutter. Yeah, exactly. It's a dynamic resonance suppressor. That's what it is. But it looks like an EQ for somebody, for like a novice, like somebody who doesn't know Sooth, who looks at the plugin window is probably gonna think that's an EQ because it looks like an EQ. Let's be honest, it just looks like a paramedic EQ, but it's totally not. It kind of works opposite of how an EQ works in a way. Like boosting in the plugin is actually making it cut more, right? So it works in an opposite direction, but it's also a completely different thing as what it does. But it's really good though. Like I really loved what I did earlier on that really dirty break that we had. And that is a technique that I really need to remember because that worked really well on this one. Remember this one that we did? Remember that I used Spiff for that. It wasn't Sooth, but I used Spiff to clean this break up because we had this mess. And I was like, I want to tighten it up somehow. And then I thought, well, maybe if I just give it some more transients, it might work. And I added Spiff, and I was like, okay. So I did this. And I then flicked the delta switch, and suddenly it turned that break into from this into this. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. So it really is just, it's just tightening the thing up. It's basically removing transients, and then I'm using the delta switch to use what it has removed to clean up the break, which is so weird, but it works really well. And then just shape it with an EQ. And we've turned this thing, which was really messy, especially in the mix of this break, because that was the main thing, like in the mix of this. It was just a bit too messy with that, and then with the Spiff on and that EQ, it got a lot cleaner. So it was like, ah, that kind of works. And I mean, this break is not my favorite, honestly. It's good. The one I really like is that really rolly one, which is the first one, I believe, that we did. Yo, why are you off? Maybe because this is Let's just do narrow. That one was pretty good. I love that drum pattern. That's such a good one. It might need a different kick because the kick is a bit. The kick needs a low layer, but I didn't hear that when I was making it because I had the bass underneath it. So maybe if you're gonna use this one with an 808 style bass, it might just actually work with such a kick. So maybe I'll make a separate version of this with a fatter kick, so that you have both this version and one with a more fatter kick, but it works pretty well still though. It's still pretty nice, even though it's a higher kick drum. I feel like for a track with more of like an 808 bass, that is the kind of the style of kick you probably want to go for anyway. Yeah, the first one just has a really cool groove. It rolls really well. That one rolls really well. This one I think I'll try a different snare at some point. See if I can get that snare a bit better. This one is pretty good. It's a bit more old school sounding, but I definitely like that one as well. And then this one is pretty nice. Completely different style groove, but this could almost be like a current value type style groove, but I need those as well in the pack, so I guess that's the first one for those type of ones. But that one is pretty cool as well, actually. I can quickly, for people that weren't here at the start of the stream, sample pack stuff. Here we go. Let's see. Let's look at the chat. Spiff for me, frequency transient shaper like waves. Trans X. I'm not entirely sure. I never really used Wave Trans X. Is Spiff still available? I think so. Yeah. Should be. Right? Yeah. Book Sound Spiff. There we go. It's yeah, it's definitely still available. But Spiff is pretty interesting. I like I said, I don't really use it a lot, but every time I do, I'm like, I need to use this more. Basically, every time I use it, I'm like, oh fuck, why do I never use Spiff? Because it's such a good plugin for transient shaping, but also for other things. Like, it's actually a pretty cool story, because how it was originally created, I believe, was they were asked to make a plugin, or they were trying to make a plugin that was going to be useful for removing mouth sounds, mouth pop sounds, and like just those kind of sounds, right? And they were looking for something to cleanly remove those sounds, and in the process of making a plugin for that, they discovered this technique that we've made to remove those sounds. If you flip that around, it works really well as a transient shaper. And they were like, oh, let's turn this plugin into a transient shaper then. That has a cut mode as well, so that it can do the opposite in case you want to remove mouth sounds from recordings, or like, I don't know, like clicks or footsteps or whatever sound is present in your recording that is like transient in nature. You can remove it with Spiff in a way. It's not perfect. There's probably other ways of doing it, like isotope RX and stuff like that. But that's what it was originally made as. And then they figured out, hey, it works really well as a transient shaper, so let's just make it a transient shaper. But it gets so little love compared to Soothe. Like, Soothe is the one that everybody uses and everybody knows, and you almost never hear people talk about Spiff. Like, in the chat today, I've seen a bunch of people talk about it, but like on YouTube, there's not many love for Spiff. Probably because it's not really, well, I don't know, Soothe has just been marketed like crazy. Like, so many people jumped on Soothe and everybody started using it and everybody likes it, so it's like, yeah, everybody uses it on their streams and shit and in their videos. So, but Spiff is, in my opinion, just as good. The interface is really easy to use. Yeah, the interface is really easy to use. It's straightforward. The only thing you have to learn, especially when you first get into Sooth, is that when you want to cut more, you have to boost up on the graph. That's the only thing you have to kind of figure out first. That's the only weird thing. But it makes sense as soon as you start sort of like realizing what it's doing. But yeah, so I have a couple of more already. Just some other patterns that I made earlier today. And then we have sort of variation on that one. And these ones are all without bass, so I can quickly check. Let's see what we get if we add some bass to this one. Oh no, I don't have any sidechain set up for it, so whatever. Yeah, that one is pretty cool. That one is an interesting pattern. It's just a different kind of pattern, but quite an interesting one. This one, what was that? More straightforward pattern from the looks of it. Oh, same drum samples, same sound, but different pattern. This one was bigger, I believe. Bigger snare. Yeah. That one is pretty cool. That one is pretty cool as well. Same sort of variation on that one. I love that little thing before the snare that's happening here. That's so good. I fucking love that, and I need to make more breaks with that kind of a thing in it. It's so good. This one, what was that? More roller vibe. Definitely good for some rollery kind of track. Maybe even if it had a lighter snare. So if you just take like the percussion of this, like maybe even for like a liquid tune in a way. So there's like quite a few options with this. But that's pretty good. Maybe even the full break could work in a liquid tune actually. Bit of a slightly more technical, heavier liquid tune, but still it could maybe work. And then we have this thing. Really dirty kick. So yeah, I'm gonna be making a lot more in the coming days. Spiff is from the same company, yeah. Ook Sound, however you want to pronounce that. An O and an E in after each other is an oo vowel in Dutch, so that might that's why I say ook sound, but it's probably oak sound or something like that, whatever. I don't know. It doesn't matter. You know what I mean. Yeah, I heard good stuff about Golfos, but I don't have any of their plugins. So I can't really comment on that. But I heard some good stuff about it. I forgot which plugins they make, but oh no, I was about to say, wasn't it that what was it, that valve compressor, but wasn't that called Good Hertz or something like that? I don't know. There's too many plugin companies, man. I sometimes switch up company names these days. Golfos is the plugin. Oh, wait, what was that again? I heard the name, but well, whatever. What was the other thing that I wanted to say? I don't know, I forgot. I had something that I wanted to say, but I forgot already. It had something to do with a plugin. Oh yeah. I want Infiltrator. Infiltrator 2. That's basically the plugin that I've been looking into, the one that I really want to get. Infiltrator 2 looks pretty cool. But Other than that, I don't really need any plugins at the moment. I got plenty. But yeah, I do think Infiltrator looks like one of those that would definitely be helpful for doing resampling and like making weird shit out of sounds. And it has a ton of presets and a ton of different effects in it, so it's one of those gems where flicking through some presets will be a goldmine for resampling. So it's probably one of those plugins that would definitely fit in the category Portal, Minimal Audio Rift, Thermal from Output as well. Like those kind of plugins, right? Where you just have a ton of different style effects. Shaper Box is another good example. Those plugins, I love those plugins because it's just so good for resampling. You just take a sound, chuck it on there, set up a track for recording, and just start flicking through presets until something happens and you're like, holy shit, what the hell was that? Right? It's just like, and it's so cool when such a moment happens because you're like, oh, yes, now I have inspiration for a tune. I guess Multipass is another good example of that. If you have a ton of Multipass presets and like snap heap presets, it can also be used in such an example. If you like have a ton of presets for it, which it already comes with a lot of presets, but like I would say if you have a ton of presets set up that do like really crazy shit, then yeah, that could be another really good plugin to use. Like back in the day, it was the Blue Glitch, for instance, was one of those plugins. Like that one is hugely outdated now. But that was a plugin like that back in the day, where you would just be able to click the random button and it would just add random effects at different points, and you would get weird shit. And you would get stuff at random that you didn't really expect, but that's when the cool stuff usually happens, right? It's all about creating the happy accidents, and you can force more happy accidents to happen, right? Like you can affect how many happy accidents you come across by doing more random experimental shit, basically. Yeah, we're ending though, Butney. We're at the end. We The Blue Glitch was the very first glitch plugin I used. Yeah, exactly. Form is amazing. Form is amazing. It's pretty interesting. It's a bit outdated, I feel. I have other things, but it has a very specific use that I cannot really do easily with other things. It's kind of an interesting take on a sampler. So yeah, it's definitely an interesting one for resampling. If you have like a couple of sounds that you like the tone of, and you just want to see what you can do in terms of the rhythm with it and just mess with it, then Form is a really interesting tool. It's also good to find weird rhythms with, like using some of the weird shapes in it, like the more exponential shapes and shit, and just having that assigned to like the position of the sample. You can get some really weird rhythms going. I used it a ton when I was doing some health time streams. So if you go to like a couple of years ago into like the health time streams that I did back then, there were a couple of streams where I used Form for like the bass resampling, and yeah, you can get some weird shit with it. I never used Effectrix that much. I had one other one, was called Sugarbyte's Looperator. That was a very similar thing to the Blue Glitch. I don't think I have it installed. Don't think I have any Sugarbytes plugins installed, to be honest. No. Maybe I should do that. But Sugarbyte's Looperator was very similar to the Blue Glitch. Just had some other effects in it. But it was the same kind of deal. Basically just a row of like different boxes you could tick, and then it would go through that, play through it, and it would turn the effects on, just like with the Blue Glitch. Effectrix was also Sugarbytes. Ah! Yeah, I had a couple of Sugarbytes plugins. I had Looperator, and then I had WoW and WoW 2. And I have a bunch because they sent me all their plugins. So maybe I have a license for Effectrix as well, but I just never used it. I remember one other one that was also a weird effects plugin that they had. It's called again Tornado or something? Tornado or Tornado? That was also a weird one. It had like a slider, and then you could move the slider up, and then it would move through several effects or something and morph between them, which was quite weird. I believe it was called Tornado. Sugar Bites Tornado. Yeah. The ultimate audio mangler. Well, we'll see about that these days. I think that is a bit of an outdated statement, but if I remember, it had like also like one master slider you could move or something like that. Yeah, see, you had this thing, and you could set up the effects so that when you moved this, it would morph through several effects, and you could layer them and shit, and then you could create some weird things with it. So that was another one that I had, that I used a bit. And then one that I really like from them, actually, that I haven't used in a while. By the way, this I've never seen before. You know I love granular, so might look into that thing. Might send them a message and be like, yo, can I test out Grain Dad, please? This one, Obscurium. Obscurium is really weird. It's really interesting. It's like... It's a really weird... sort of like sequencer, where you can... Well, it's a synth, but this thing is sort of like a sequencer that it creates arpeggiated patterns, basically. But it has a ton of really weird controls, and it's just, I don't know, it's really, it's weird. And you can get some really odd sounds out of it. So you can get all kinds of weird patches like that, and I had some really fun sessions with that, just resampling things and just messing with knobs. I'm not entirely sure. Probably should download that. Is it still interesting today? I don't know. It's like it's a very specific sound, a very specific synth, but it does sound cool, and it's one of those where yeah, they call it an avant-garde sound design tool. I would say that's pretty accurate. It's not one of those synths where you just dive in and know at the start, this is the sound I'm going to make. It's more like, I need some kind of an arpeggiated pattern or some kind of a sequenced pattern, but I have no clue where I want to take it. So I'm just gonna use this thing, set up the timing and the groove that I want, and I'm just gonna let it do its randomizing thing until I find something that works. That's more the kind of thing it is. So is it interesting? Yeah, I guess that all depends on what you're doing and if you like it. I kind of like it, but I never really use it a lot. I don't have it installed, so that says enough, I guess. But I think I might install this one again, because that one is quite interesting. Don't have a Perillo. Tornado I do have. That one is pretty cool. Ah, that was Effectrix. Yeah, I remember using that. I remember using that one. WoW 2 I have. Oh yeah, Looperator. Looperator is also really cool. It's a bit outdated maybe now. But this one is also pretty cool. I've used this a lot to sort of like mangle up patterns and mangle up drums and stuff like that. It kind of, that slice thing reorganizes the drums. You've got the loop thing, which is kind of like a beat repeat. Envelope is kind of like a filter and volume envelopes kind of thing. And some effects. And it's another one where you just flick through presets until you get some cool things. And I like plugins like that. Cyclop I have, but I never used it. I just couldn't bear this interface. Sorry, Sugar Bites. It looks cool, but it's not for me. It's just too cluttered. It's too... Yeah, you get what I mean. And the other ones I don't have. These are all older ones, I believe. Oh, they also do mobile stuff now. Interesting. WoW filter for iPad? I didn't even know that they were doing that now. Okay, cool. I might install this one again, though, that Obscurium. That one was pretty cool to play with. Productive synthesis tool with VST2 hosting. Oh, interesting. Can you also put VST plugins in it now? I didn't know that. Host and control your VST plugins. Wait, what? Was that there from the start when they released it? Or did they add that later? Because that could be pretty cool. You can host any of your sound generator VST plugins for fresh sounds. Oh, so you can use a VST plugin and control it with this thing. Or send information from this plugin into your other plugin, into a synth. That is cool. It sends trigger, pitch, and 11 automation lanes. Take your plugins to new levels. Oh shit! So you can trigger the synth with it, and then the pitch can be controlled with it, and you can set up to 11 different things to control the synth out of this thing. And the cool thing is, like, I can quickly show. They have a video right here. So I'll show you what I mean with the interface, how that works, if it wants to show us. Come on, yeah. See, all these things are moving around. So that's how the interface works. Like you have all these different parameters. Those are the parameters of the synth, basically. So you got like FM amounts here, you've got the noise level, the filter cutoff, the resonancy. So those are just your regular parameters. And these things all sort of like move around and change while the sound is playing. And you can map these things to all of these things as well, I believe. That's how it worked. Or oh no, I remember. So you can also see how all of these are different colors, right? So these correspond to these colors here. So like if there's let's say red is type, whatever that is. So if there's a red point right here, for instance, I'm not sure if that's the same red, I think it is, but if that's a red point, then that means that at this point in the playback, the type is going to be set to this value right there. So that would be somewhere around here probably. And then you can change that for all individual of these. So it's kind of like a sequencer thing. So you can create patterns where this value is changing, and you can do that for all of these at the same time. So if you can then also hook that up to a VST plugin like they're describing, you can have values from, let's say, Serum be controlled by this interface. So you can make those values change over time and just use this as a different way to automate the values inside of a different synth. Which is quite interesting, actually. And that might open up some really fun sound design experiments that I probably should get into. Because that looks pretty cool. I didn't know that they added that, or maybe it has always been a thing, I just didn't know. Setting this up couldn't be easier. Pick any of the plugin's presets, use a random mode to assign parameters, or use the learn function in Obscure's hosting options. Yeah, so, oh, that's cool. I'm gonna check that, and I'm gonna mess with that and see what we get. Oh yeah, and you also get really weird clock things here. You can basically say like, oh, I want the clock to change at this point, and I want it to go at a different speed, or it's weird. You get a lot of weird options with this thing. It's not for everybody though. I agree. Like, this thing is not for everybody. Some people are not gonna like this at all, and they're gonna be like, what the fuck is this? How do I use this? But for people that just love messing with sound and just love exploring sound design, this is a pretty cool thing. In my opinion, one of their more interesting plugins. I don't know, this one has been out for quite a while though. It's been out for quite a while. I've had this one for years, so I would assume if they were gonna make an iPad or like an iOS port of this, then they would have probably already done it. But maybe they're still doing that, I don't know. Anyways, thanks for being here. Don't really have much to play for the outro, so I'm just gonna sign off. I'm just gonna say goodbye, and we're just gonna have a silent outro today. Thanks for watching. I hope you liked it. I'll be back soon. Maybe I'll do another one tomorrow if I feel like it. Again, no promises. No promises. If I feel like it, I might stream tomorrow. Maybe I'll feel like making some more drum patterns. Maybe. If I do, I'll let you all know on Discord. Link will be in the chat if you give me one moment. I'll drop all the links there. If you want to help support me, you can support me on Patreon. That's the best place. You can get samples every month and presets, Ableton Recs, my Ableton themes, my Minimeter theme, my Faceplant theme, everything. You can get everything on my Patreon. Join the Discord if you want to stay up to date when I go live. I'll let you guys know on Discord. And that's going to be it for tonight. So, thanks for watching. It's 2:30 by this point, so it's time that I head off. I've been streaming for 6 hours. Was a long boy today. Thanks. Have a good night. And I'll see you on the next one. If you want to come chat, I'll be in the Discord afterwards. So if you want to have a chat or want to share some stuff, want to have a talk about some stuff, then come join and mention me or whatever. Just say, yo, Art, I wanna know something about this. So if you have some questions, just drop them there. Other than that, I'll see y'all in the next one. Peace.